The chair lays before the House communications from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., May 22, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Barry Moore to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2023, the chair will now recognize members from the list submitted by the majority and minority leaders for a morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall the debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The ambulances, the emergency medical technicians, the paramedics that we all rely on each and every day have come a long way since Ernest Hemingway and the first casualty transports of World War I. From highway crashes to heart attacks and falls, we call on our EMTs to be the first medical care a patient receives, regardless of the circumstances. During National Emergency Medical Services Week, we recognize and we thank the men and women willing to respond at a moment's notice. More and more, we rely on these first responders to address significant instances like a diabetic coma, a fractured limb, a patient who has overdosed. We in Congress owe it to our EMTs and the communities that they serve to ensure that they have the tools and the resources necessary to arrive quickly and to treat these patients. So often, we forget the toll that these jobs take on first responders and their families. This week, let's remain grateful for the care and for the professionalism of our frontline healthcare workers and pledge to support the EMTs and paramedics, volunteers and paid alike, who support our communities and ultimately care for our families. Thank you, and I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the career and service of Brunswick County Sheriff John Ingram, who recently retired from his long and distinguished tenure in law enforcement. A proud native of Brunswick County, Sheriff Ingram dedicated his life to his community by joining the Brunswick County Sheriff's Department in 1991. Starting as a patrol deputy, he quickly rose through the ranks and served in many different capacities, including in the warrant and detective divisions, then became lieutenant in the narcotics division and commander of the department's SWAT team. Mr. Ingram later joined the Columbus County Sheriff's Office, where he was named chief deputy before returning to Brunswick County in the same role. Shortly thereafter, he was appointed Brunswick County Sheriff, earning re-election to the post in each and every election since. During his tenure leading the Brunswick County Sheriff's Office, he expanded the department to accommodate the fastest growing county in the state. He increased recruitment efforts and brought in additional 911 telecommunicators and detention officers to increase safety. He also offered a variety of community programs to further the Sheriff's Office mission to enhance public safety, education, and promote community-based relationships between law enforcement and the public, including his support for establishing drug courts where those battling addiction could be better treated. And not only treated, but provided with a path to recovery. To facilitate these missions, he created the Sheriff's Citizens Academy along with the Sheriff's Volunteer Program. He also launched the Anchor Initiative program in 2018 to help those suffering from addiction start their recovery, providing hope for those suffering from their addictions and breaking the typical continual cycle of continued drug use and crime. Throughout his distinguished career, Mr. Ingram has been recognized for his leadership on all these fronts. He was elected to the Board of Directors for the National Sheriff's Association and served as president of the North Carolina Sheriff's Association from 2019 to 2020. He recently he was awarded the prestigious Order of the Longleaf Pine, a recognition, considered North Carolina's highest civilian honor. It's an honor to recognize a friend, a no-nonsense individual with such a sense of duty, integrity, and distinguished service to the people of Brunswick County. On behalf of the citizens of North Carolina's 7th Congressional District, I congratulate and extend my sincere gratitude to Sheriff Ingram for his extraordinary service and commitment to protecting our communities. May God continue to bless him, his family, and the Brunswick County Sheriff's Office. I am proud to call him my friend. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair thanks the gentleman. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize SSAB Steel for taking a big step toward a more sustainable future with SSAB Zero Steel. SSAB is the largest producer and supplier of steel plate in North America, and their facility in Muscatine, Iowa, in my district, is the first in the world to produce steel with zero emissions from the source without any credits or offsets. SSAB Zero Steel is made using recycled, as almost all steel in America is 98% recycled, and it's produced with biogas and renewable electricity. Rollout of zero-emission steel will continue through 2023 with the goal of having a wide range of products available to meet the increasing demand for environmentally friendly alternative. SSAB Zero is an important step in their efforts to lead the steel industry to a decarbonized future by creating an emission-free value chain for their customers. We are proud to have such an innovative company pursuing climate-neutral solutions in Iowa, as Iowa is doing as a whole, and wish them the very best as they continue to lead the industry to a cleaner, healthier future. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak about the Help Copays Act. Too many patients are seeing large copays at the pharmacy counter because pharmacy benefit managers, or PBMs, accumulate our programs. PBMs are the middlemen in the distribution chain between drug manufacturers and pharmacies, and were originally designed to help negotiate with manufacturers to lower costs for patients. Unfortunately, we are seeing patient assistance programs being abused by PBMs. Patients often receive drug coupons from manufacturers for high-cost medicines to reduce their out-of-pocket spending, but PBMs, who are also the insurer in many cases, do not allow the coupon to apply towards the patient's deductibles. This is not the proper role of insurance. Health benefits should be serving patients, not their shareholders, at the expense of patients. The Help Copays Act would put an end to these abusive practices and improve patient access and affordability by requiring insurance plans to apply patient assistance towards their copay. There simply can't be a discussion on lowering healthcare costs for patients without addressing the role of middlemen. Banning the use of copay accumulators is a ready-made policy to do just that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to address the chamber for 5 minutes and talk about what political scientists are calling a polycrisis. A polycrisis is a multiple events that have happened globally that have an enormous impact not only on the world but here. I'm going to focus on just 3 of them right now. The pandemic that we're currently going through, Mr. Speaker, which has been extraordinary, as well as the supply chain issues that have happened. A global pandemic creating global supply chain issues, which led to ensuing global inflation. And in the midst of that, the Ukraine war, which has become a global war, again impacting supply chain and other issues. Who in the United States of America has this impacted the most? In our country, this pandemic has impacted the elderly. Of the 1.2 million people who have passed away, over 850,000 are over the age of 65. With regard to inflation, the group that is hurt most by inflation are people on fixed incomes, and that would be the close to 70 million Social Security recipients here in this nation. We have a crisis in this country, a pension crisis, and a crisis that Congress has neglected for more than 52 years. 1971 was the last time that Congress did anything to enhance Social Security benefits. A gallon of milk was 72 cents at that time. A lot has changed since 1971, but what hasn't changed is Congress's recalcitrance to address the needs of our seniors. Social Security is the #1 anti-poverty program for seniors and the #1 anti-poverty program for children. And yet, there are 5 million Americans currently who get below poverty level checks from the federal government, having paid all of their lives into a system. And the only reason that's so is because Congress hasn't acted. It's long overdue for Congress to act. We have legislation that we'll be introducing in the Ways and Means Committee that will enhance Social Security, across-the-board increases for everyone, lift people out of poverty, provide every single district with economic recovery. Why? Because on average, there's 145,000 people per congressional district who are on Social Security, and that money is spent right back in that congressional district. People are not buying back stock options with their Social Security checks. They're spending it at the grocery store. They're spending it on rent. They're spending it on prescription drugs. That's what's needed. It's long overdue for Congress to act. It's not simply a question of protecting or saving Social Security. It's doing something to end this crisis in the midst of the worst pandemic, in the midst of inflation, in the midst of a supply chain issue, to make sure that our elderly and our people are being protected. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday afternoon, Guam, a territory of the United States, my district and my home, will be moving to condition of readiness 1 as Typhoon Miwar makes its way to the Marianas region. On this current track, the system is expected to bring tropical storm force winds to Guam as early as Tuesday afternoon, with the possibility of typhoon force winds of 81 to 110 miles per hour by Wednesday morning, along with gusts projected to reach 125 miles per hour. This, along with heavy rainfall, certainly places Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands in a serious predicament with major natural disaster at our doorsteps. While our community is resilient and has overcome such perils as Mother Nature many times in the past, when it comes to a typhoon of this magnitude, a direct impact over any of the islands will sadly lead to severe damages of homes, businesses, crops, and livelihoods, and will certainly lead us to a long road towards recovery. Under these sacred halls, I humbly ask my colleagues to pray for Guam and the Marianas, and that we can dodge this massive bullet called Typhoon Mawar. God Almighty, please protect our community and our people. Mr. Speaker, on June 12, 2023, the Philippines will be celebrating the very day in 1898 when the Philippines declared its independence from Spain. They would commemorate 125 years of independence. While it still took nearly another half-decade for the Treaty of Manila to be signed to secure its full independence from the United States, It is still recognized as a historic transition to allow the country to preserve the very culture, language, and traditions as we appreciate today. The proud relationship between the Philippines and Guam has been prosperous over the decades. A good percentage of our island's population either relocated from the Philippines or have roots tied back to the Philippines. Because of the Spanish influence, there are so many similarities with our cultures, food, traditions, and language. Many of the surnames are also similar. Our island has developed greater ties with the Philippines, which includes medical tourism for islanders to seek medical care in one of the many world-class facilities in the Philippines. Our H-2B labor solely arrives from the Philippines and has done remarkable for our economy. Flights to and from Manila are almost always full on any day of the week to continue the enhancement of economic activity for both Guam and the Philippines. We recognize the independence of the Philippines, and I would also like to take this time to honor and commend the Filipino community of Guam. The FCG is a nonprofit umbrella organized for 29 Filipino member associations in Guam. For 69 years, the FCG has continued to perpetuate and promote the culture of the Philippines on Guam and the region, and on June 3rd, they will be hosting the Philippine Independence Ball to highlight this historic occasion. To President Patrick Lucas, Vice Presidents Romy Angel, Elizabeth Sina, and Luisa Kabuhat, Secretaries Trixie Naholawa Torres and Nelfa Milan, Treasurers Frank Hular and Alan Camacho, Auditor Linda Kaasi, Public Relations Officer Eileen Ikasinza, and to the Board of Trustees of the FCG, on behalf of a thankful nation and island, and under these sacred halls of democracy and history, I would like to say thank you for your service to the community and for your efforts in keeping the Filipino traditions thriving on Guam and the region. Finally, to the Philippines, an ally of the United States, a friend of Guam, a country of hardworking people with pride and humbleness. Happy 125th Independence Day. Arayang Kalayan and Maraming Salamat po. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. Pursuant to Clause 12A, Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? We approach you, Lord our God, embraced in your perfect love. In you do we find all we need. If we are afraid, we find courage. If we are despairing, we find hope. If ill, we find healing. We need only give up all that holds us back from receiving the grace and mercy you offer so freely to each of us. So may we not allow ourselves to be caught up in the fear of failure, the fear of the unknown, nor the fear of our enemies, but by your grace may we discover the courage to move forward where you would have us go. May we not be inclined to look through the lens of despair, the despair of loss, the despair of rejection, the despair of death, but in your mercy may we gird ourselves with the hope of your presence in these shadows. May we be willing and open to find the strength you provide to endure our suffering. Be we ill in mind, body, or spirit, may we find healing in your peace, a peace that surpasses our understanding. In you, O Lord, do we find all that we need this day: courage, hope, and healing. O Holy One, may we not live our lives for desires that fall short of your grace plan for us, but open our eyes to your provision and recognize your unfailing love for us. In the name of the one who is able to do far more than we could ever ask or imagine, we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceeding and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 1, Rule 1, I demand a vote on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal.
The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make a point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings of this question are postponed. Now the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to pay recognition to Nicole Morazada from Merced.
Does the gentleman seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute?
The gentleman seeks unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to pay recognition to Nicole Morazada of Merced for her outstanding submission to the Congressional Art Contest. A junior at El Capitan High School, Nicole's artwork titled Give Thanks highlights the hardworking families who are the foundation of California's Central Valley. Nicole has beautifully expressed a unique perspective through her captivating work. The piece resonates deeply, inspiring appreciation for our working families. It serves as a reminder to the power of art to transcend boundaries and unite us all. I chose this piece because it does such an excellent homage to the hardworking families that come to the Central Valley today to pursue the American dream, as so many generations have before from all over the world. And I'm here with Nicole, in recognition of Nicole, to express my commitment to make sure that the American dream stays alive today for future generations, as it has for all of those generations that have come before. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in celebration of Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. As a Yonsei, or fourth-generation Okinawan American, I believe this month is not only a chance to recognize our communities and their contributions, it is also deeply personal to me as I think about the future we want to build for the next generation, for our keiki. AANHPIs are the fastest-growing population in the United States. We are a diverse diaspora. We are in every state across the country. And while we have made great progress, we have also seen an unprecedented rise in xenophobia, discrimination, and violence nationwide. But we will not let these forces of hate hold us down. The stories of AANHPI people in our country are of grit, perseverance, and courage. They are stories that continue today through the tireless advocacy of those fighting to defend our civil rights and our democracy, and through hardworking men and women keeping the American dream alive. I invite my colleagues to join me in celebrating Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next Monday, we will pause and pay tribute to the men and women who have died in service to our nation. It is a solemn time, one for deep reflection, patriotism, and gratitude. This upcoming Saturday, members of the High Country chapter of the Military Officers Association of America will be honoring deceased military veterans for Memorial Day by placing 600 flags on their grave sites. Joining them will be members of the American Legion, ASU military staff, as well as local Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts. Mr. Speaker, seeing members of the High Country come together in this fashion is heartwarming. Let us never forget that we are blessed to live in the freest, greatest country in the world, and that the selfless sacrifices made by those who have served should always be revered and recognized. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a great public servant, a law enforcement professional, a veteran of our United States Navy, and a dear friend, Hudson County Sheriff Frank X. Scileri. Sheriff Scileri will be honored tomorrow in New Jersey for his over 25 years of service, 13 of which he has served as our county's highest-ranking law enforcement professional. Throughout that time, Sheriff Scileri has garnered respect from all corners for his devotion to protecting the residents of Hudson County and for ensuring our county roads, parks, and government facilities are safe for all to use. His accomplishments have included improved community policing, the modernization of the Sheriff's Office, increased patrols of our county parks and roads, and building up the county's crash investigation unit. In the last 25 years, Sheriff Scileri has embodied the best of law enforcement: fairness, respect, and devotion to his county, state, and country. And all the while, he has been a caring father to his children and husband to his wonderful wife of 50 years, Mrs. Scileri, an incredible individual in her own right. Today, on behalf of our county, I thank him and I congratulate him on being honored by those who he has so selflessly served. I yield back the remainder of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, our government was founded on the principle of rule by the people's elected representatives. Indeed, a republic. The principle guided our nation for many years, allowed the United States to become first among nations. Sadly, the uncontrolled growth of the federal bureaucracy has usurped our constitutional foundation. Instead of ruled by their elected representatives, Americans are mostly ruled by bureaucrats, it seems. Federal bureaucrats and agencies, with the aid of activist judges, have successfully subverted many of our freedoms and the God-given rights of Americans found in the Constitution. Almost every amendment in the Bill of Rights has been successfully curtailed or subordinated to the wishes and desires of unelected, faceless bureaucrats. Our founders did not intend for the citizens of the nation to be ruled by rubber-stamped decrees from agencies like the EPA or the ATF. To add insult to injury, although we do have a mix of good people that are there, they're often outstripped by those that don't seem to care about what real people deal with. Their decrees often make no sense and do nothing more than make a headache for people trying to do basic, everyday things. The Endangered Species Act, I remind you, does not trump the Bill of Rights or the U.S. Constitution. We need to take our powers back. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair lays before the House a communication. The clerk will report.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on May 18, 2023, at 4:02 p.m., that the Senate agreed to Senate Joint Resolution 18. Signed sincerely, Cheryl L. Johnson, Clerk.
The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to 14 U.S.C. 1903b and the order of the House of January 9, 2023, of the following member of the part of the House to the Board of Visitors to the United States Coast Guard Academy.
Mr. Courtney of Connecticut.
The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to 10 U.S.C. 9455A and the order of the House of January 9, 2023, of the following member of the part of the House to the Board of Visitors to the United States Air Force Academy.
Mr. Davis of North Carolina.
The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to Section 4003E of the 21st Century Cures Act, publication L 114-255, and the order of the House of January 9, 2023, of the following individual on the part of the House to the Health Information Technology Advisory Committee.
Dr. Jim Georgis of Nashville, Tennessee.
The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to 10 U.S.C. 8468A and the order of the House of January 9, 2023, of the following member on the part of the House to the Board of Visitors to the United States Naval Academy.
Mr. Rupersberger of Maryland.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to Section 9803, D1C and E of the James M. Inhofe National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2023, Public Law 117-263, I am pleased to appoint the following member to the Commission on Reform and Modernization of the Department of State, the Honorable Mike Quigley of Illinois. Thank you for your attention to this appointment. Signed sincerely, Hakeem Jeffries, Democratic Leader.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. What purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 1076, the Preventing the Financing of Illegal Synthetic Drugs Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1076, a bill to require the Comptroller General of the United States to carry out a study on the trafficking into the United States of synthetic drugs and related illicit finance and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Luke Meyer, and gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Peterson, will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 1076, the Preventing the Financing of Illegal Synthetic Drugs Act. As we are all painfully aware, fentanyl is a poison that is afflicting every community across America. This poison is a synthetic opioid 50 times more potent than heroin and 100 times more potent than morphine. Just 2 milligrams, equal to 10 to 15 grains of table salt, is enough to be lethal. This is why I'm grateful that members like Congresswoman De La Cruz have hit the ground running on common sense legislation, like H.R. 1076, to sever the lifeblood that keeps the fentanyl business model going, which is its financing. As we heard in the Financial Services Committee hearing titled Follow the Money, and I quote, financing is essential to support and sustain the command and control, personnel, arms, communications, logistics, and operations of organized crime groups. For this reason, following the money trail and depriving criminals of illicit financial flows can disrupt and disable these networks, end quote. I recognize there are many challenges to attacking the fentanyl crisis, including our unsecure border. But from a Financial Services Committee perspective, we can only address what's in our jurisdiction, and that is its financing. Congresswoman De La Cruz's study will help inform Congress on the next best step to disrupt and dismantle synthetic drug trafficking and its financing. I urge all my colleagues to support this bill. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in support of H.R. 1076, the Preventing the Financing of Illegal Synthetic Drugs Act, sponsored by Representative De La Cruz of Texas, a bill that I am pleased to co-sponsor and co-lead. Thanks to collaboration on both sides of the aisle, this bill offers a well-written study focused on the financing and proceeds of the illicit synthetic drug trade that is victimizing communities across the country. By following the money behind the multi-billion-dollar drug trade, we are able to understand the traffickers' operations and improve our ability to disrupt their activities. The effects of the trafficking has been staggering. Deaths involving synthetic opioids such as illicit fentanyl and methamphetamine increased by 22% in 2021, resulting in the deaths of more than 100,000 people, of our family members and our neighbors. In 2022, there were also nearly 200,000 non-fatal opioid overdoses in the U.S. In 2021, the overdose death rates increased 44% for Black people and 39% for American Indian and Native Alaskans, showing troubling trends and widening disparities among population groups. Combating the opioid epidemic is one of the reasons I ran for Congress. Like too many Americans, my family has been impacted by the opioid crisis. My mom's addiction began with the overprescription of opioids, which led to heroin and ultimately fentanyl when it started taking over the drug supply chain in 2016. Unfortunately, my mom's story is not unique in Jefferson County, in Colorado, or in this country. The opioid epidemic is now more lethal than ever as we continue to see drugs become more and more potent and easier to traffic. It is going to take an all-hands-on-deck approach to stop the flow of fentanyl and other illicit synthetic opioids in this country. And ensuring that we understand the financial networks of drug trafficking organization is a critical tool that we need to protect American lives. This bill will not solve all the issues related to the opioid crisis. We need to do more to increase access to substance use disorder treatment and recovery services, and we need to do more to help support the workforce shortages. We need to crack down on social media companies that are permitting the sale of illegal drugs to young Americans, and we need to ensure that the financial system has the tools to quickly identify bad actors and break up their drug trafficking rings. As a member of the House Financial Services Committee, I advocate for leveraging every financial tool at our disposal to pursue the traffickers of illicit fentanyl and other drugs. In this role, I also advocate for every individual family and community that has suffered or will suffer from misguided anti-drug policies, physical, social, and economic damage to have the support that they need. Thus, I urge my fellow members to vote for this needed trafficking study bill, but I also urge them to consider that we must take the time to learn the lessons of the past epidemics and take further steps to eliminate harmful and counterproductive policies. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Colorado reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And now I'd like to yield as much time as she may consume to the to the sponsor of the bill, the newest and dynamic member of our committee, Ms. De La Cruz from Texas.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Missouri for yielding and for his broader leadership of the Financial Services Subcommittee on National Security. Mr. Speaker, according to the CDC, over 107,000 Americans died from drug overdoses or drug poisonings in the 12-month period ending January 2022. 67% of those deaths involve synthetic opioids like fentanyl, which is up to 50 times stronger than heroin and 100 times stronger than morphine. Last year, Hidalgo County, which sits in my district, made news with massive fentanyl seizures at the U.S.-Mexico border. These include 1.5 million in January 2022 and 330,000 in June. These numbers are staggering. According to law enforcement, an illicit investment of $30,000 or less could yield $6 to $32 million. To end this crisis, we must tackle the financing. As the adage goes, follow the money. This money fuels the operations of the cartels that are poisoning our families. My bill, the Preventing the Financing of Illegal Synthetic Drugs Act, will help law enforcement pinpoint the business model of the traffickers, how they move and hide their profits, and what the U.S. can do to stop fentanyl money laundering. To end this carnage that is taking so many lives in South Texas and all across America, we must track down the funds that fuel it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized. From Missouri, reserved.
I reserve.
Woman from Colorado is recognized.
I now yield to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, as much time as she may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you to my colleague. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and certainly to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. But first, let me thank the gentlelady for yielding, and I am pleased to rise in support of the Preventive of Financing an Illegal Synthetic Drugs Act, as we refer to it, H.R. 1076. As the ranking member of the Financial Services Subcommittee of National Security, Illicit Finance, and International Financial Institutions, our jurisdiction tends to focus abroad, Mr. Speaker, but make no mistake, the epidemic of synthetic drug overdoses impacts each and every congressional district and every community throughout our country. For example, in Ohio, I would like to share that Ohio, which we are not proud of, ranks third in the overall number of drug overdose deaths. And according to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, over 107,000 people in the United States die from drug overdoses or drug poisoning in the most recent study over the past 12 months. And 5,000 of those individuals were right there in my district. Let me also share, as my colleague and our chair of the committee has stated to us, under the bill, the GAO would examine these illicit financial flows from and to foreign nations, including China, and will review the business of the trafficking of synthetic drugs and related illicit finance, such as participation in transnational criminal organizations and behaviors. So if we're going to stop the flow of illicit drugs like fentanyl and meth and the tragic loss of lives that they bring with them, then we need to know more about the who, the where, and the how the illegal trafficking trade is taking place. And that is why I am honored to support what I'm going to call a common sense, bipartisan piece of legislation. And again, I want to thank the chair and certainly our committee and our ranking member of the Financial Services and the bill sponsors. And I urge my colleague to join in support. Thank you, and I yield back.
I continue to reserve the balance of my...
Gentlewoman from Colorado reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I'll reserve.
Reserves. Gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close if the gentleman from Missouri has no further speakers.
I have no further speakers. She's allowed to close.
Gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of the time. I thank Representative De La Cruz for her collaboration on this bill. Together, we can better understand the financing of drug trafficking and how the traffickers move and hide their proceeds. Doing so will help Congress and other policymakers to better disrupt their operations, protecting innocent Americans from the deadly harm that they cause in communities across the country. I again urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the bill's sponsor, Ms. De La Cruz, and co-sponsor, the gentlelady from Ohio, have both articulated very well the need for this bill. It's a good idea. I urge everybody's support for it, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1076 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of the Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1156, the China Financial Threat Mitigation Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1156, a bill to require the Secretary of the Treasury to conduct a study and report on the exposure of the United States to the financial sector of the People's Republic of China and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Luke Meyer, and gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Peterson, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 1156, the China Financial Threat Mitigation Act. This is a measure that originated in the Financial Services Committee, where it was first introduced by our former colleague, Anthony Gonzalez of Ohio. I'm pleased to see his co-sponsor, Ms. Spanberger, continue to champion the measure of this Congress. The China Financial Threat Mitigation Act is based on the notion that China's financial system is so opaque that it may hide risks for the global economy to which we aren't aware. The bill requires the Treasury Secretary to study and report on these risks so that we can take effective countermeasures. As we all know, China has been cracking down on Western firms and executives due to fears that the private sector's information gathering and due diligence efforts pose a threat to the Chinese Communist Party. The CCP clearly views transparency as inconsistent with its self-interest. This should alarm us all. Due to the state-owned nature of many Chinese financial institutions, there are already fewer market signals that can alert us to problems in time, and the central government may be on the hook for liabilities of unknown scope. The Financial Stability Oversight Council has touched on the possibility of risks in the country, including those arising from China's housing sector, but these have been broad-brushed efforts. We need to dig deeper, and that is what the reporting in this legislation will require. I urge my colleagues to support this measure, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The woman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in support of H.R. 1156, the China Financial Threat Mitigation Act of 2023, sponsored by Representative Spanberger of Virginia. It is crucial that we closely monitor any risk to our financial system and economy that may arise from the financial sector and economy of the People's Republic of China. Our financial regulators have already raised some concerns about such risks. For example, the Financial Stability Oversight Council highlighted in their 2022 report that, quote, difficulties in the real estate sector could cause strains across China's financial system, including at banks, non-banks, corporate bond markets, and local government finances, end quote. However, further analysis is needed as China's size and interconnectedness with the global economy may pose risks to the United States if those kind of risks spill over. H.R. 1156 would require a comprehensive report by our Treasury Department looking at these different types of financial risks in consultation with relevant agencies to better inform Congress and provide actionable recommendations to our representatives at various international bodies such as the Financial Stability Board in order to mitigate these risks. Ranking Member Waters was pleased to work with Chair McHenry last Congress to advance this bipartisan bill through the House. I join her in hoping that we can pass this bill again with the support of the Senate so this work can begin quickly. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Colorado reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I'd like to recognize for as much time as he may consume as the gentleman from Texas, our baseball coach who has distinguished himself not only here in Congress but also on the baseball field, Mr. Williams.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Speaker, for that great introduction. China is attempting to weaken our country in any way possible. The interference and aggression coming from the Chinese Communist Party poses a significant threat to our families, businesses, and country. The CCP's track record of abusing our financial system is jeopardizing our national and economic security. H.R. 1156, the China Financial Threat Mitigation Act, requires the Department of Treasury to report on the risk coming from the Chinese financial sector, along with the recommendations on strengthening international cooperation to monitor and mitigate these risks. Our top priority should always be to protect our Western values and promote the greatest country in the world in the interests of the United States. My bill is a critical step in holding the CCP accountable for their continued abuse of the financial sector. I urge all my colleagues to support this important piece of legislation. In God we trust. I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you. I now yield to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, as much time as she may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And certainly I'd like to thank the gentlewoman for yielding, and I am pleased to rise in support of the China Financial Threat Mitigation Act, or H.R. 1156. And certainly I agree with my colleague and friend across the aisle that we need to dig deeper. And also, we understand that, yes, China is trying to weaken our country. Because of its size and deep connection to the global economy, the People's Republic of China represents a potential threat to our economy and our financial system. We must have a clear picture of the systemic risks we face so we can respond appropriately to safeguard our economic interests and mitigate these threats. This is a bipartisan bill, and it would require the Treasury Department to study an issue and issue a report that analyzes risks to the United States financial stability and the global economy stemming from China. I would like to thank my colleague, and who is the vice ranking chair of this subcommittee, for participating today along with our Republican colleagues, because as the ranking member of the Financial Services Subcommittee of National Security, Illicit Finance, and International Financial Institutions, this is the right thing to do, and I am very happy to work across the aisle to address the issues of competitiveness with China. And I urge all of the members to support this bipartisan bill. And Mr. Speaker, lastly, I don't think I need to remind us that I think it was almost 3 times that in the last Congress we brought this legislation before, and certainly I would like to thank then the congressman from Ohio who sponsored this legislation. So thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from Colorado reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Will reserve at this time.
Reserves. Gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close if the gentleman from Missouri has no further speakers.
Have no further witnesses or speak.
Gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of the time.
Is recognized.
I commend Representative Spanberger for her leadership on these important issues and her work in drafting this bipartisan bill. I also thank Chair McHenry and Representative Williams of Texas on the other side of the aisle for working with us Democrats on this important legislation. This bipartisan work resulted in a vote of 40-0 on this bill during a Financial Services Committee markup earlier this year. I again urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Woman from Colorado yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to thank the sponsors of the bill, Mr. Williams, Ms. Beatty, Ms. Spanberger, for their hard work on this good piece of legislation. I think it's something that's very important. They've already expressed the need for it. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption of this and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1156 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
For what purpose?
I request the yeas and nays.
I request a yea and a nay vote. Yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause A of the Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 366.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 366, a bill to amend Title 38, United States Code, to treat certain individuals who served in Vietnam as a member of the Armed Forces of the Republic of Korea, as a veteran of the Armed Forces of the United States, for purposes of the provision of health care by the Department of Veterans Affairs.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 366.
Without objection,
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of Ranking Member Takano's bill, H.R. 366, the Korean American Valor Act. This bill would allow Korean veterans who served during the Vietnam War and later became American citizens to be eligible for VA health care. VA has been providing health care services to Allied veterans through government agencies since World War I. These Korean American veterans deserve the same opportunity. Korean American veterans share similar needs with the veterans they served alongside with in Vietnam. They suffer from PTSD and Agent Orange exposure, among other injuries and illnesses. These veterans have earned access to proper care through the VA. Ranking Member Takano's bill will do exactly that. Mr. Speaker, as you know, many of the 70th anniversary of the vitally important alliance between the U.S. and the Republic of Korea. As such, this bill is fitting tribute to thank the Korean American veterans for their service. Now, I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 366. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 366, the Korean American Valor Act. I'm proud to have sponsored this legislation, which will provide eligibility for VA health care to veterans who served in the armed forces of the Republic of Korea as allies of the United States during the Vietnam War, who have since become naturalized American citizens. This year marks the 70th anniversary of the Korean American Alliance. Last month, during his visit to Washington, D.C., President Yoon Suk Yeol addressed a joint session of Congress and reflected on how our alliance has served to safeguard freedom and democracy throughout the world. Following the Korean War, the United States and the Republic of Korea signed a mutual defense treaty on October 1, 1953. It has been called the alliance forged in blood, in part out of gratitude for the service and sacrifices made by Americans during the Korean War. The Republic of Korea has aided the United States in every war since the Vietnam War. Between 1965 and 1973, South Korea sent more than 320,000 troops to fight alongside U.S. service members in Vietnam, the largest contingent of any U.S. ally. More than 5,000 South Korean troops died in the Vietnam War, and at least 11,000 were injured. An estimated 2,800 veterans who served in the armed forces of the Republic of Korea during the Vietnam War and later became U.S. citizens are living today. My legislation would provide some measure of long overdue parity for Korean American Vietnam War veterans who up to this point have never been eligible for VA health care services. Under this bill, the United States and the Republic of Korea will establish a reciprocal agreement. Korea will reimburse the United States for health care services VA furnishes to these Korean American veterans. In exchange, the United States will reimburse Korea for health care it provides to veterans of the United States Armed Forces residing in Korea. Now, such an arrangement is not new. Since 1958, through its Allied Beneficiary Program, VA has had the authority to treat veterans who have served in the armed forces of nations that were allied with the United States during World War I and World War II. These veterans did not need to be United States citizens, and VA has the authority to treat veterans of any combat era. Now, VA furnishes this care through reciprocal agreements, which have been established with the United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and South Africa. And in 1976, VA's Allied Beneficiary Program was extended to certain veterans who had served in the armed forces of Czechoslovakia or Poland during World War I or World War II, who subsequently became U.S. citizens. We recently observed the 50th anniversary of the date the last combat troops left Vietnam. It is far past time for our nation to properly honor the service and sacrifice of South Koreans who served side by side with United States troops during the Vietnam War and have since become naturalized U.S. citizens. We must ensure they finally receive the same respect and consideration their counterparts from other allied nations have received for generations. The needs of Korean American veterans of the Vietnam War are no different from those of U.S.-born veterans. From Agent Orange exposure to coping with complex injuries and mental illnesses, these veterans deserve the specialized care and services that only VA can provide. And many of them are entering their final years and should not have to wait any longer for this care. So I urge my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, to support H.R. 366, the Korean American Valor Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now recognize the gentlewoman from California for 2 minutes, Young Kim.
The woman is recognized from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Bose, for yielding. And I rise in strong support of H.R. 366, the Korean American Valor Act. And I want to thank Ranking Member Takano for your leadership on this very important issue. During his joint address to Congress, South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol highlighted that during the Korean War, Korean and American soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder and fought bravely. But the Korean War was not the last time Korean soldiers fought alongside American troops. They fought side by side in the Vietnam War, sharing the same physical and mental scars from this conflict. And many of these Korean troops eventually immigrated to the United States and became proud, naturalized American citizens. And I personally know several of these individuals, and I'm eternally grateful for their service. Unfortunately, because the United States does not currently have a reciprocal veterans healthcare agreement with the Republic of Korea, these Korean Americans cannot access veterans healthcare benefits. The Korean American Valor Act will create a pathway for an agreement to be reached and for these veterans to receive access to VA healthcare. So I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman from reserve. Okay. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentlelady from my own home state of California. I look forward. I'm very confident this bill will become law, but we will need to make sure that we work together in a bipartisan way to make sure this agreement finally, the reciprocal agreement finally gets put into effect. At this time, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend who holds a seat on the House Budget Committee, Homeland Security, and the House Judiciary Committee. She's indeed a staunch advocate for all our military service members and veterans. I would like to now yield to the gentlewoman from Texas, Congresswoman Jackson Lee, 3 minutes.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the gentleman as well, Mr. Takano, for his vision and leadership and the years of service that he's given to the Veterans Committee. We could not have a more stalwart champion for the veterans of America. I thank my friends on the other side of the aisle, and certainly your colleague from California. You've made a very important point. For this to work, it has to be bipartisan. I hope that I will lean into the efforts and the bipartisan efforts that need to be done to ensure it's not only passage, but its implementation. As the ranking member indicated, I'm on Homeland Security, the Budget Committee, many times. In those committees, we see the concerns of domestic security. We also see the concerns of being effectively utilizing all tools to ensure the proper budget for the people of the United States of America. I cannot think, as we approach Memorial Day and as we commemorate the acknowledgement of Asian Americans in this great month of May, interacting with all of our community,
that we would not find an appropriate time to honor those Korean American soldiers who fought alongside of our fellow Vietnam soldiers in a battle that was for democracy and protecting, if you will, the sense of equality, protecting the people of that era and of that war. These soldiers bled, they rescued, they stood in front of our soldiers in terms of being comrades and fighting alongside. They saved lives, they lost lives. And I think that it is important to take note of those who served, who were members of the Armed Forces of the Republic of Korea, and as a veteran of the Armed Forces of the United States, for purposes of the provision of health care by the Department of Veterans Affairs. For so long, I would listen to my Vietnam vets before we really answered their call on Agent Orange and saw them get very sick, saw many of them pass away. Talking about Agent Orange over and over again, and it just seemed that it was not being heard. Thank goodness we have done so many different things, the PAC Act, Agent Orange, all of my tenure as a member of the United States Congress. We finally understood the truth of what veterans say, and every time they speak, we should listen. I was with veterans over the weekend, and you want to thank them everywhere you go. Every speech I make in my community, I ask veterans to rise and say thank you. In this instance, Title 38 is a special pay authority used to recruit and retain employees in certain healthcare occupations. It allows NIH to be competitive with other healthcare facilities. But this would expand the eligibility of these benefits, this Korean American Valor Act, to veterans who served in the armed forces of the Republic of Korea during the Vietnam War and have since become naturalized citizens. Almost 3,000. And how many others served? 300,000. And so this legislation is clearly evidence of our relationship between the Republic of Korea.
Time.
Additional 30 seconds.
The gentleman, she is recognized.
The Republic of Korea and the friendship that we've established. As we heard the president who spoke to a joint session just a few weeks ago, he talked about patriotism, democracy, and the unity of our nations. It is absolutely imperative that we support these Korean War vets who stood alongside of us, and to be able to acknowledge them that they served in Vietnam. They are now naturalized citizens, and they have, in fact, have the evidence of the illness. It is so important to call them Korean American Vietnam veterans, naturalized citizens. We want them to get the honor of the Korean American Valor Act. I ask my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
California Reserves. From Illinois is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do need to remember that this is a perfect weekend, a perfect week to do this when Memorial Day is coming up, and we were honored to make sure that these veterans are recognized in the way they should be, and that they do receive the health care. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
I have no more speakers, and I'm ready to close as well. I reserve.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 366, the Korean American Valor Act. And might I just add to the chairman's assertion that this is the perfect week to pass this bill. I've already mentioned the 70th anniversary of our historic alliance. But now, as we in the Indo-Pacific must strengthen our alliance, I also want to add my congratulations to both the nations of Japan and the Republic of Korea for making great strides to improve their relationships and to afford us the opportunity in the trilateral alliance among the United States, Japan, and Korea, South Korea, to become stronger allies. And this legislation, I believe, is part of the entire effort to become stronger allies, and what is greatly needed, a greater cooperation in the Indo-Pacific. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage all of our members to support this legislation. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 366? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1669 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 48, H.R. 1669, a bill to amend Title 38, United States Code, to make permanent the High Technology Pilot Program of the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boust, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 1669 as amended.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of Representative Ciscomani's Bill H.R. 1669 as amended. The bill would enhance the Vet Tech program at the Department of Veterans Affairs. The Vet Tech pilot program was co-authored by Speaker McCarthy and Congressman Rakana in the Forever GI Bill in 2017. Now, this program provides post-9/11 GI Bill-style benefits to veterans so they can attend short-term training that leads to jobs in the information technology sector. The education and employment program has been a wildly successful program. It has helped thousands of veterans not only find a job, but a career and a promising future in the technology sector. This program is an example of government programs that truly works for our veterans. Vet Tech has an 80% graduation rate, a 62% employment rate, and an average salary of $65,000 a year. Veterans using this program are going into careers with the best tech companies in the world. The reason this program works well, as it has, I think, is that the schools only receive the full amount of the tuition and fees when the student get a job in the tech industry. Now, this level of accountability is honestly something I think we should be looking at all over federal government programs. Thousands of veterans achieving their career of their dreams has proven to me that this is time for an expansion of Vet Tech. Now, Representative Ciscomani, bill, it makes an important changes to the pilot program to make it even stronger so that it can continue to help even more veterans find their American dream. Improving Vet Tech program has the full support of the VA and many veteran service organizations. 3 weeks ago, Vet Tech providers told us that the program had run out of funds and they are no longer allowed to accept new students. Over 2,500 students, veterans, will miss out on the chance for a better career this year if Congress is unable to fix this problem. It goes without saying that the time is short and the need to help our veterans continues that we should be focusing on this training. Even with recorded high inflation and soaring interest rates because of the Biden administration, veterans using this program have shown that they can still achieve high-paying jobs. Representative Ciscomani bill, as amended, also includes several other bipartisan bills, including General Jack Berkman's bill, H.R. 234, which would allow survivors of the veterans to receive the burial allowance benefits if their loved one passes away at home while receiving VA hospice care rather than in a VA facility. Representative Arrington's bill, H.R. 1169, which would also allow veterans to receive their GI Bill electronic notifications virtually. Representative Obernolte's bill, H.R. 746, which would include non-degreed pilot programs into the Veterans Readiness and Employment Program. Representative Van Orden's bill, H.R. 1798, which would protect the spouses of service members from GI Bill debt, and Representative Kagan's bill, H.R. 1635, which will eliminate a nearly 70-year-old rule that limits the GI Bill payment that survivors and dependents receive in the Philippines. With the inclusion of these bills in H.R. 1669, we would make great improvements in how our veterans can use the GI Bill benefits. I would like to thank the Student Veterans of America, Veterans of Foreign War, the American Legion, the Vet Tech Working Group, the Disabled American Veterans for supporting the proposed legislation today, and I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1669 as amended. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak on the Vet Tech Authorization Act of 2023 as amended. In 2020, when our country experienced record unemployment, Vet Tech was a bright spot of veteran employment. To date, nearly 5,000 veterans have found employment from the program at a salary of over $65,000 a year. Today, veterans are employed at record high levels. The Biden economy has brought veteran unemployment to the lowest level ever on record. Let me say that again. The Biden economy has brought veteran unemployment to the lowest level ever on record. The legislation before us adds 5 more years to the Vet Tech program, providing VA an additional $337 million to get more veterans hired in the high technology field. This program was created by Speaker McCarthy in the Forever GI Bill, and I respect the fact that it is a big priority for the Speaker and my friend Chairman Bost. Now, while I support the legislation, I wish to share my concern about moving a bill with such a large cost when we have so many provisions awaiting action by this Congress. The $413 million price tag of this bill dwarfs the costs of many of the bills we must pass to address veteran homelessness. This is an expensive bill in a fiscally uncertain time. And while we all appreciate veteran employment programs, veteran unemployment is the lowest ever on record. A Vet Tech extension is nice to have, but with veterans experiencing homelessness and food insecurity, there is action on those programs that we must have. Now, as ranking member of this committee, I have the responsibility of weighing priorities and choosing between worthy policies that help veterans. I know the chairman and his colleagues on our committee share my goal of ending veteran homelessness. When we considered this legislation in our committee, I offered an amendment to this legislation to make permanent some basic authorities which lowered veteran homelessness by 11% during a public health emergency. This amendment cost only $6 million in mandatory spending. Last year, the chairman himself made it clear, and I quote the chairman, "No veteran should be without a place to call home. I am glad that the most recent estimate showed fewer veterans living in homeless shelters last year. That's why we must continue our work to ensure that the rubber is meeting the road and every veteran has access to safe, stable housing and the help they need to thrive," end quote. Chairman Bost is correct. The work must continue. We must continue the ongoing work which has already helped so many veterans and can help so many more. The reason given for not moving this bill was that it implicates the Toxic Exposure Fund, or TEF. I understand the chairman is concerned about how the Congressional Budget Office scores bills with TEF implications. I am too, and I've spoken extensively on this. However, there has yet to be a solution proposed for the TEF that does not undermine its purpose, which is to protect funding for toxic exposed veterans and to acknowledge this as a cost of war. In light of this, I'm asking that as we come together and work on mutual priorities so that we can responsibly and equitably pass legislation using the limited offsets available to us. I think the chairman believes, as do I, that providing basic needs for homeless veterans deserves to be on that priority list. Therefore, I ask my colleague, the chairman, if he will commit to bringing Representative Sherfless McCormick's bill, H.R. 645, to the floor without delay. I ask, will the chairman commit to this, and I will yield for a response.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I was yielding for an answer.
My bad. My mistake. Always recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I understand the concerns expressed by the minority, I would like to point out that the program has been a huge success in helping veterans gain meaningful employment. We have been very successful in recent years in reducing veterans' unemployment, and now is not the time for us to take our foot off the gas. Now, I believe a successful education program such as this one are one of the best ways to reduce veterans' homelessness. Mr. Speaker, I would also point out that the minority has had ample time and opportunity to express their concerns of legislation hearing on this bill.
Mr. Speaker,
they were also. I'm getting to my
Speaker.
answer. I'm getting to my answer.
Okay. I will yield for an answer. I'm waiting for the answer.
Okay. There was also given chance to submit markup and a full committee markup, and yet the first time I've heard these concerns was late last week. Now, the bill, through regular order, as amended, was offered for the minority Representative McGarvey to reduce the length of time of the program. That amendment was accepted and is included in the bill. So the length of the program was subject to bipartisan agreement. Now, I recognize that the minority has valid concerns about spending and limited resources that we have worked with. The problem was made worse with the passage of the Toxic Exposure Fund, the PACT Act, that requires mandatory spending for many of the VA programs. Speaker, I'll repeat my plea that my friends on the other side of the aisle will join me in developing a resolution to the issue.
Mr.
However,
Speaker,
I am committed to addressing the veterans' homelessness.
I reclaim my time.
Gentleman from California is recognized. You reclaim his time.
Mr. Speaker, I simply ask the gentleman whether he will work with us to bring Ms. Sherfless McCormick's bill to the floor, and that is the question that I will yield for an answer. Will the gentleman work with us?
Thank you for yielding. I'll address the veterans homeless as I will address veterans homeless as I always have said I've been. It's very concerning to me. We currently are working on a package to address the issue, but I'm not going to pit one group of veterans against another. I would like my friends in the minority to work with me to develop legislation to address the veteran homeless in a bipartisan, fiscally responsible way over the next few months. So the answer is, yes, we will work with you, but we've got to actually sit down and work together to figure out the problem of the expense and knowing how it is and where it is that we make the investment that still balances. And that is the answer that I will give to the gentleman.
Mr. Speaker, I reclaiming my time, I am grateful that I hear some kernel of that they will work with us in a bipartisan way. What does worry me is that he mentioned over the next few months. I can maybe tolerate the next few months in terms of can we come to an agreement by the fall when the temperatures start to rise. But the hot summers in some parts of the country would require us to work much more expeditiously. These pandemic authorities expired. These pandemic authorities that expanded our ability to help veterans who are homeless expired on May 11th. And for the last 11 days, VA and its community partners have operated with fewer authorities and less funding to help homeless veterans. VA's ability to quickly bring a veteran in off the streets and to get them the services they need to put them on their way to stable permanent housing has been greatly diminished. Prior to the pandemic, we were maintaining the status quo. The number of veterans experiencing homelessness had remained basically stagnant year after year for quite some time. For every veteran housed, another veteran would fall into homelessness. During the pandemic, we approached the homelessness crisis head-on and with the urgency it has long deserved. It is incredible to me that we were able to reduce homelessness during COVID-19 by 11% during the darkest days of that pandemic. VA actually reduced homelessness by 11%. It permanently housed over 40,000 veterans last year alone. We know these authorities accelerated VA's progress in ending veteran homelessness, and we can't lose that momentum. So I'm pleased to hear the chairman wants to work together to extend these authorities and get homeless veterans into housing. I just say let's prioritize H.R. 645 in the coming days, not the coming months, and I reserve.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will and we will work on this priority. You see, what we can do is chew gum and walk at the same time. And that means we can go ahead and not only work on homelessness, but also this bill, as important as it is. I appreciate the gentleman's concern, but believe me, our side of the aisle has just as much concern about our homeless veterans. With that, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Iowa, Representative Miller Meeks.
The gentlewoman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Bost, for yielding me time. As a 24-year Army veteran, I understand the importance of improving services for veterans as they transition to civilian life. Vet Tech is a pilot program that started under President Trump and was led by Speaker McCarthy. Let me repeat that. Vet Tech is a highly popular and successful program that was started under President Trump that allows eligible veterans to use GI-style benefits to attend innovative job training programs to prepare them for future employment in the technology industry. Through this program, veterans can get training in high-demand areas, including computer software, computer programming, data processing, information science, and media applications. In addition to which, employment may help prevent and treat homelessness. 62% employment, 65,000 years average salary. I'm grateful that my colleague, Representative Ciscomani, has introduced this important piece of legislation, which will help grow our economy and help veterans get back to work. And as a physician, it is no small aside that the dignity of work and having a purpose in life may also help improve mental health, which may also help improve homelessness. The Vet Tech Authorization Act proves our commitment not only to maintaining funding levels, but increasing support for veterans. Last Congress, I led legislation to extend this important program, and I'm proud to support this legislation today. This program has been widely popular and successful, and this is exactly the type of taxpayer-funded program that we can all support. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this important legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Iowa yields, the gentleman from Illinois reserves, and the gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, the sponsor of the main part of this bill, Representative Ciscomani.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Bost, for yielding me time to talk about this important bill. I'm grateful that my bill, H.R. 1669, the Vet Tech Authorization Act, is being considered today on the House floor. This bipartisan effort would extend the invaluable program for our veterans, the Veteran Employment Through Technology Education Courses, or Vet Tech program. The Vet Tech pilot program allows eligible veterans to gain experience and training in high-demand tech jobs. Since the start of the Vet Tech program in 2019, introduced by Speaker McCarthy, over 12,000 veterans have completed the program in areas like computer programming, software development, data processing, and other in-demand careers. This is crucial to strengthening our American workforce while enabling our vets to have a clear shot at the American dream, a dream they have fought to protect for so many of us. Of the veterans that completed the program, roughly 62% are offered a job relating to their training they received with an average salary of around $65,000 a year. These results show that the program works, and by extending the program, we'll ensure our veterans will be able to participate in the program in the coming years. Not only is this program beneficial for our veterans, but it is crucial for our employers as well. We need a skilled workforce working in the tech industry, and our veterans are the perfect fit. I am proud to have partnered with Chairman Bost and Congressman Khanna on this legislation, and I look forward to working with my colleagues to ensure the men and women who served our country can continue to grow in the civilian workforce as well. I urge all my colleagues to vote yes on this bill today, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Arizona yields, the gentleman from Illinois reserves, and the gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I retract my comments about having no further speakers. I do have an additional speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to my good friend and colleague from my home state of California, who serves on the Armed Services and Oversight Committee, the gentleman from California, Mr. Khanna.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Takano, for your leadership. And I'm glad that veterans can still bring this House together. I was honored to work with Speaker McCarthy back in 2017 on the pilot program, which has been a resounding success to provide veterans who serve this nation with the technology skills so they can get jobs when they're back in the United States. There was an 84% graduation rate. 12,000 veterans have been helped by this program, and the average salary was $65,000. These are the types of things that we need to do in the House, bringing the House together to actually improve veterans' lives. I appreciate Representative Ciscomani's leadership, and I look forward to this program being permanent and hopefully expanded so veterans who serve our nation, who do the highest duty, have the opportunity to have secure livings when they're back at home. I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields. The gentleman from California.
I reserve.
The gentleman from California reserves, and the gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, General Berkman.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for all the support for these bills that not only make life better for the veterans, but also for their families. I rise today in support of H.R. 1669, the Vet Tech Authorization Act, which, as amended, includes the text of legislation I originally introduced as H.R. 234, Gerald's Law. Gerald's Law was drafted and introduced on behalf of Gerald Elliott, a U.S. Army veteran and a resident of the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, as well as on behalf of his family and the thousands of other veterans like him. A lifelong Uper, Jerry was a member of the American Legion Post 363 and was an active volunteer with the UP Honor Flight and at the Iron Mountain VA Hospital. After a cancer diagnosis in 2019, Gerald received his care at the Iron Mountain VA. As the disease progressed and he was placed on hospice care, he decided to go home to enjoy his final days with his family. Following his death, Jerry's family discovered that even though he received hospice care through the VA, his family did not qualify for burial benefits after his death, and that's burial benefits for Jerry himself. That's because under current law, VA hospice care provided at home does not qualify as a death under VA care and is therefore not covered under the non-service-connected burial and plot benefit. As a result of this quirk, if a veteran with a terminal illness wants the full burial benefit, they would be forced to die in a hospital or nursing home under the VA auspices instead of transferring to home hospice care. This is just I'm sure, a mistake and an injustice that is just unacceptable and unconscionable. No veteran should worry about losing VA benefits for their family when choosing to spend their final days in the comfort of their own home. Gerald's Law will address this by extending VA burial allowance eligibility to veterans whose passing occurs at home while receiving VA hospice care if they were previously receiving VA hospital or nursing home care. I am thankful for the House VA Committee for their work to assist the thousands of veterans and family members being denied benefits due to this legislative oversight. H.R. 1669, which includes Gerald's Law and other bipartisan common sense reforms was approved unanimously by the committee in April. I urge every member of Congress, every member of the House, to support its passage on the House floor today, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Michigan yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have no more speakers, and I'm ready to close, and I reserve.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, but let me just, before I reserve the balance of my time, I want to commend General Bergman for the section of the Vet Tech bill, which includes addressing this issue related to burials and the cost that the veteran's family has to bear. But I find it peculiar that the majority would take pains to include this legislation, which I have no quarrel with and support, but could not deal with and chose not to deal with the expiring authorities to deal with our homeless veterans. Americans care deeply about the homeless veterans in our country, are offended that we would have anybody who wore the uniform of the United States be homeless. So there are elements of this bill that came up in markup. They brought a bill to the floor, the Vet Tech bill, which includes many elements, but they specifically chose to leave out addressing the expiring authorities that we have used to bring down homelessness by 11%. I'm afraid we're going to lose the momentum. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one thing that needs to be very, very clear, the Bergman amendment, the Bergman bill, does not have a TEF issue. That's a toxic exposure fund issue. That's where we have the concerns are. I have no more speakers, but I'm ready to close. But with that, I'll yield back the balance of my time. Or not, I will reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I realize the chairman has had, and all of us in the veteran space have had our differences with the way the CBO scores the TEF. But I would assert that we cannot use that as an excuse for why we don't address veteran homelessness. Look, this bill is nearly the expansion of the Vet Tech as a program is to the tune of nearly a $500 million, $413 million. At a time when my colleagues on the other side are looking to make draconian cuts to the non-defense side of the ledger, which veterans do fall within. They are expanding a program that addresses veteran employment at a time when veteran employment is at its lowest. I ask, what I want to compare is the $6 million compared to the near $500 million that the Republicans want to expand this program by. I, too, stand behind veteran employment programs, and effective ones at that. But should we be expanding it and authorizing for 5 years this program, Vet Tech, when we're allowing a $6 million program to care for homeless veterans, to get them off the streets? Should we be allowing that to expire? It's a rather rich situation that my colleagues want to expand spending, spend more on a program whose urgency is really in question because the Biden economy, as I've explained, has brought veteran unemployment to its lowest levels ever. But they want to expand spending in that program by an enormous amount, but yet they want to eliminate $6 million in authorizations to take care of our homeless veterans. This makes no sense at all to me. And with that, I support the chairman's bill, but I hope he will work with us to solve this problem in a matter of days, not months. And I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields back. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am going to say a couple things that I've said on this House floor before, and I'm going to say them again. The gentleman referred to us cutting veterans issues. Veterans. Actually, we're increasing over the President's budget. We'll get more into that later this week in committee. But let me also say this. Speaker, I'll repeat my plea right now, that our friends on the other side of the aisle will join me in developing a solution to an issue that he has decided is not anything more than a political ploy to try to say words that we were going to cut benefits by straightening this problem out. And we are not. We will not. Let me say this again on this floor. Veterans are not being cut, period. This is a good piece of legislation. It's bipartisan. I would encourage all of the people on our side of the aisle and on both sides of the aisle to support this legislation, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Illinois yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 1669, as amended? Those in favor, say yay. Those opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Request yeas and nays.
For what purposes, the gentleman?
I request yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the rules and pass S777.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 777, an act to increase, effective as of December 1st, 2023, the rates of compensation for veterans with service-connected disabilities and the rates of dependency and indemnity compensation for survivors of certain disabled veterans and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on S777.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of S777, and I appreciate Senator Testers and Senator Moran for their leadership on this important bill. I also want to thank Subcommittee on Disability Assistance and Memorial Affairs Chairman Luttrell and Ranking Member Pappas for leading the House companion to S777. Our bipartisan collaboration on this legislation each year is vitally important. The Veterans COLA Act of 2023 would increase the rates of compensation for our veterans and their survivors to keep pace with inflation and rising cost of living. Many veterans fought for our country and came back with visible and invisible injuries. Their disability compensation benefits provide financial security for service disabled veterans and their families. Mr. Speaker, veterans should not have to worry or whether they would earn their benefits and that they can cover their basic needs. They should not have to choose between gas to get to work or groceries for their family. But unfortunately, because of the Biden inflation problem that has occurred, out of control spending, this is a reality for thousands of veterans' families. The least we can do for them is provide a cost of living adjustment this year so that they can continue to pay their bills and put food on their tables. Now, I'm proud to support this bill today, and I hope all of my colleagues will join me in sending this bill to the President's desk. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my support for S777, the Veterans Compensation Cost of Living Adjustment Act of 2023. As we do annually, today we are taking up legislation to increase the amounts paid for wartime disability compensation, compensation for dependents, clothing allowance for certain disabled veterans, and dependency and indemnity compensation for surviving spouses and children. Specifically, the bill requires VA to raise these benefit amounts by the same percentage as the cost of living increase provided to Social Security recipients, serving as a guarantee of quality of life for veterans and their families, and ensuring that they will not experience a decline in earned benefits as economic conditions fluctuate. The cost of living adjustment is a continued recognition by our grateful nation of the service and sacrifice, not just of those who have courageously worn our nation's uniforms, but those families who have supported them and also bear a great burden. As ranking member of the Committee on Veterans Affairs, it is an honor for me to support this effort. I will note, however, that particularly with respect to dependency and indemnity compensation, more needs to be done beyond the annual COLA to bring that program on par with other federal survivors' benefits. It has lagged behind for far too long, which is a disservice to the survivors of our veterans. So I hope this committee can see fit to advance that cause this Congress as well. Typically, we alternate primary sponsorship of this bill with the Senate, and this year it happens to be the Senate's turn. So I would like to acknowledge the Senate for promptly sending us their version. I also want to commend the Subcommittee on Disability Assistance and Memorial Affairs and extend my gratitude to Ranking Member Pappas and Chair Luttrell for their sponsorship of the House companion to this bill and for their unwavering support to our veterans. So I wholeheartedly support S-777, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the sponsor of the bill, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Luttrell.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Boss. I rise today in support of S-777. I would like to thank Senator Tester and Senator Moran for leading this bill through the Senate. I would also like to thank the Disability Assistance Ranking Member, Mr. Pappas, for joining me and co-leading the House companion to 777. As Chairman Boss said, this legislation is necessary to ensure that veterans and veteran survivors' compensation benefits keep pace with rising inflation. There are veterans in my district who are struggling to make ends meet. Without their disability compensation benefits, they may not be able to do just that. Finances and the ability to pay bills can be a major source of stress and anxiety for so many veterans, survivors, and their families. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, in just 1 year, the Consumer Price Index has risen to 4.9%, with housing and gas prices at the front. This bill is crucial to ensure that veterans can keep pace with this widespread inflation. I know many of my colleagues are committed to helping their veteran constituents. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas yields. The gentleman from Illinois reserves, and the gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'd like to yield 5 minutes to my good friend who's the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Disability and Assistance and Memorial Affairs, House Veterans Affairs, of the House Veterans Affairs Committee, the gentleman from New Hampshire, Mr. Pappas.
The gentleman from New Hampshire is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Ranking Member Takano for yielding, to Chairman Boss as well for your support of this legislation, and it was an honor to be able to work with Subcommittee Chair Luttrell on this important issue, S-777, the Veterans Compensation COLA Act of 2023. Now, we all know we have a sacred and solemn obligation to ensure that the needs of our veterans are met. My home state of New Hampshire is home to about 100,000 veterans from all branches, with service dating from the Second World War to today. Some of those veterans returned home with service-connected disabilities and require extra care and support. And as we all continue to feel the impact of inflation and higher costs, those pressures can be particularly challenging for our veteran community. Our veterans swear to give everything up to and including their lives for this country. They shouldn't have to worry if they can afford groceries this week or pay their electric bill the next week. Their VA benefits should keep pace with economic trends, and their financial and overall well-being should never be left to hang in the balance. This legislation would increase the rates of VA benefits equal to the cost of living increase provided for Social Security benefits for veterans with service-connected disabilities, as well as the rates of dependency and indemnity compensation for the survivors of veterans. This will help ensure that veterans with service-connected disabilities and families and loved ones of veterans that have been lost can rest assured that their benefits will support them even as our economy changes. We owe our veterans and their families a tremendous debt of gratitude. And the legislation we propose today is another way that we can all work to honor their sacrifice and work to pay down that debt that we all bear. So I urge swift passage of this bipartisan bill so we can send it to the President's desk for his signature, and I yield back my time.
Chair yields back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
I have no more speakers. I'll reserve.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend from the Judiciary Committee, Sheila Jackson Lee of Texas.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Let me thank you very much to the ranking member, to Mr. Boss, to my good friend from Texas, the ranking member, and of course the gentleman from New Hampshire, and of course in the other body, Senator Tester, for a very instructive and important initiative dealing with the cost of living for our veterans. If you are embraced and engaged with veterans, which many of us do every time we are home in the district, you realize that they, in many instances, continue their service in the kinds of work that they do. You realize, however, that they have any number of additional challenges in many instances. And that, of course, includes some of the health issues, housing issues, the ability to support family issues. And this cost of living is, in essence, something that we should make as a commitment for the service that they have given. I know that we often say, thank you for your service. We often have a smile on our face. I want it to be well known, that it is by our action and our deeds and not just by our words. The veterans that we see across our districts and across America have fought in many wars. Many of them I see who believe that they have not been given the full amount of their veterans' benefits, that they believe that they're still trying to petition for level of disablement, if you will. Some are at a certain percentage and feel that they deserve another percentage because they're in a financial condition that causes them to wonder about their service and their service-connected disability. We get all those questions. But I think the overall statement that has been made about the cost of living is to recognize the difficulty that our veterans have, the increasing amount of monies that it requires for you to take care of your veterans, and that this is a responsible and respectable way of doing so. I hope that we will pass this quickly. I hope that it will go to the President's desk. I hope when we see our veterans, we'll be able to be an exhibitor of deeds, that we stood on the floor of the House to say thank you. We stood on the floor of the House to say we recognize the needs that you have from the Veterans Hospital, Veterans Clinics, and certainly from the need for increased compensation. This is an important statement not only for veterans but for their families, and it is an important statement for the young men and women who put on the uniform today, unselfishly. They will ultimately be veterans, and we hope that they will be able to serve and they will be able to come out as a veteran. Please be reminded as we celebrate Memorial Day, there are those who put on the uniform unselfishly and they never made it home. We want to be able to honor those, but as well we want to honor those living veterans. I support this legislation that provides for a veterans COLA of 2023. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no more speakers, and I'm ready to close, and I reserve.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing S777, the Veterans Compensation Cost of Living Adjustment Act of 2023. Now yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back, and the gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Once again, I also encourage all of our members to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 777? Those in favor say yea. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 346, the NOTAM Improvement Act of 2023.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 346, an act to establish a task force on improvements for notices to air missions and for other purposes. Senate amendment.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, and the gentleman from California, Mr. DeSaulnier, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on the Senate amendment to H.R. 346.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise in support of my bipartisan legislation that improves the safety of air travel. NOTAMs provide current, up-to-the-minute data to pilots on any aspect of their flight. Unfortunately, NOTAMs are often buried in lengthy reports, conflating important safety information with more common alerts. These inefficiencies have created some life-threatening situations over the years. Then, on January 11th, 2023, all U.S. domestic flights were grounded for the first time since 9/11. The NOTAM system crashed. Old and antiquated, it comes as no real surprise that the system easily went down. Unfortunately, leadership at the Department of Transportation has left me uninspired. Instead of focusing resources on safety improvements and upgrades, Secretary Buttigieg has spent his time retitling programs and systems. I will tell you that no pilot cares what the system is called, just that it works and provides her with the information she needs to get her crew and her passengers to safety. Mr. Speaker, I have been advocating for NOTAM upgrades for 4 years. My legislation, which creates a task force at the FAA with important input from safety experts, industry professionals, and unions to address both the efficiency and resiliency of the NOTAM system, has passed out of the House in both 116th and the 117th Congress. However, it is only after a disastrous event that this legislation finally got the traction it deserves. We must stop reacting in Congress. We must be thoughtful, considerate, and proactive in how we legislate. I would like to thank my good friend and colleague, Mr. DeSaulnier, for his support and his leadership on this legislation, and Senators Klobuchar and Capito for pushing the legislation in the Senate. I encourage my colleagues to support this legislation before another failure of the NOTAM system occurs. Our pilots, our crews, and our passengers are counting on us, and I reserve.
The gentleman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, my good friend, Representative Stauber. I'm really grateful to be here once again to support H.R. 346, the NOTAM Improvement Act, which we introduced together and have worked on and will continue to work on together. The Notice to Air Mission System is an essential part of our aviation infrastructure as it provides critical real-time flight safety information, including potential hazards to pilots, flight dispatchers, and other airspace users. In 2017, an Air Canada plane at San Francisco International Airport, preparing to land, flew within 59 feet of 4 fully loaded planes, narrowly avoiding an unimaginable disaster. It would have been the greatest aviation disaster in American history. If it wasn't for the quick thinking of a couple of United Airline pilots who saw him approaching inappropriately, we would have had that disaster. The National Transportation Safety Board investigation found that this outdated NOTAM system was a significant part of the problem. The importance of this work was further emphasized when earlier this year in January, the U.S. airspace came to a standstill when the Federal Aviation Administration grounded all airline domestic departures due to an outage of the system. Although the FAA worked to quickly solve the problem and lift the domestic flight, all of the domestic flight stops, airlines and passengers face the cascading effects of mass delays and cancellation for hours. The NOTAM outage also exposed significant vulnerabilities in the FAA's legacy IT infrastructure and underscored the need for Congress to take decisive action to quickly modernize these critical safety systems that flight crews and airline passengers depend on. To help strengthen the integrity of the NOTAM system, this bipartisan bill directs the FAA to create a task force on NOTAM improvement, to identify best practices, to make sure that critical flight information to pilots is in a way that optimizes review and retention, and develop recommendations to ensure the stability, resiliency, and cybersecurity of the NOTAM system. This task force will consist of key aviation stakeholders, including airline pilots, air traffic controllers, aircraft dispatchers, air carriers, and aviation safety and computer system experts. It also requires the FAA to complete its NOTAM modernization efforts and other IT system upgrades by the fall of 2024. As the T&I Committee continues to work on the upcoming FAA reauthorization bill, we will build upon the 2018 law and implement any necessary improvements to safeguard U.S. airspace from cascading system outages. The task force created under this bill will play an important role in the FAA's ongoing NOTAM modernization initiative to ensure pilots, flight crews, and other airspace users receive NOTAMs that are timely, relevant, and accurate. I am very proud of our working together with Representative Stauber on the NOTAM Improvement Act to protect the safety of the flying public. At a time when there is much disagreement within our parties, I'm glad that we work together in a bipartisan manner to prioritize the public safety. I'm also grateful that our Senate colleagues recognize the importance of this issue and work quickly to pass this bipartisan bill. Our unwavering bipartisan commitment to aviation safety continues to be a priority for Congress and the FAA. As we enter what is expected to be a busy summer travel season, H.R. 346 will help put us on course to pursue best practices that bolster safety, prevent future disruptions, and allow for pilots, air traffic controllers, crews, and customers to be safe and feel confident in the technology and in the U.S. aviation system. I'm proud to support this legislation and urge my colleagues to do the same, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I want to yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Stauber from the great state of Minnesota, my friends across the aisle, George, everyone here. I want to thank y'all so much for being here today, and I rise in support of the NOTAM Improvement Act. Nearly 3 million people every day count on flights in the United States to safely get them to where they need to go. The Notice to Air Emission Systems is how we make sure that will happen. The system is how we tell pilots about possible hazards. When the system gets all jacked up, flights can't take off. It's just that simple. Back in January, planes across the country were grounded for the first time since 2001 because of a damaged file in our Notice to Air Emission database. We need to prevent this from happening, Mr. Speaker. We need to prevent it from happening again, and also look at what other improvements that can be made. Safety isn't a joke. It should be one of the Federal Aviation Administration's top priorities, not worrying about over 4 ounces of honey in your baggage. This bill has bipartisan support, and there isn't any reason that it shouldn't pass with overwhelming support now. And the reason the press isn't here is mainly because we're agreeing on something and we're working together, which is what this body is supposed to be doing, dadgummit. And I want to thank y'all so much for allowing me to be here, and thank you, Chairman. And I yield the remainder of my time back to you, sir, and I hope you use it very well.
The gentleman from Tennessee yields back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I just want to once again say how fulfilling this has been and how much work we still have to do, but I know we'll work in partnership to make sure that we fulfill a long history in this country of aviation safety and make sure it gets even better. I have no other members on my side to speak, so I'd be happy to yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California yields back. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 346, it's a key step towards safeguarding the integrity and safety of America's national airspace. This legislation proves that Congress can rise to the challenges of the day, and I urge all members to support the bill. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Minnesota yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 346? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The Senate amendment is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today. The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1076 and H.R. 1156, and agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business of the vote is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Lukenmeyer, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1076 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 1076, a bill to require the Comptroller General of the United States to carry out a study on the trafficking into the United States of synthetic drugs and related illicit finance and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
Does any member wish to change their vote?
The yeas are 402 and the nays are 2. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote of the motion on the motion of the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Lukenmeyer, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1156 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 1156, a bill to require the Secretary of the Treasury to conduct a study and report on the exposure of the United States to the financial sector of the People's Republic of China and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
members voting? Does any member wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 400 and the nays are 5. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the Speaker's motion approval of the journal, which the Chair will put de novo. The question on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the journal stands approved.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman?
Pump the brakes up here.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House out of order for 1 minute.
The House will be in order. Ladies and gentlemen, members, please take your conversations out. We have a special presentation from the gentleman from Arkansas. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized. The House will be in order. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to remember a former member of this body that served the people of the 1st District of Arkansas, Mr. Marion Barry, who passed away over the weekend following a long illness. Congressman Barry was born in Stuttgart, Arkansas. He grew up in a small Arkansas County town of Biomeda. The son of a rice farmer, Congressman Barry would work as a pharmacist and eventually in agriculture, which led to a career in public service, caring for and advocating on behalf of those he worked with around the Arkansas Delta. Congressman Barry worked alongside President Clinton in the White House and would eventually run for office, serving 7 terms in Washington, representing the 1st District of Arkansas, where he was a member of the Appropriations Committee. While his work in Washington was important to him, he worked tirelessly to draw attention to the people of the 1st District, especially those who lived in the Delta. Congressman Barry will always be known for his political wit, but he will be remembered and respected for the service he provided to his community, his constituents, and his country in the House of Representatives. Our delegation, our families, and so many across the state of Arkansas offer our condolences and prayers as we remember Congressman Barry and his family during this time of mourning and remembrance. And Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for a moment of silence.
The House will stand in a moment of silence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Good job.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to remove myself as a co-sponsor of H.R. 915.
The request is granted. Chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. What purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This weekend, I was grateful to participate on the U.S. delegation to the NATO Parliamentary Assembly spring session in Luxembourg, led by Intelligence Committee Chairman Mike Turner with former Assembly President Jerry Connolly. U.S. Ambassador Tom Barrett and our Luxembourg hosts were incredible, providing a heartfelt welcome by President of the Chamber of Deputies Fernand Etjen with the enthusiastic Ambassador to the United States Nicole Bentner. The Minister of Defense, Francois Bauch, indicated that the budget for defense is being doubled in the great country of Luxembourg. Prime Minister Xavier Bettel hosted breakfast today for the delegation, and he cited the Luxembourg appreciation of America that will never be forgotten for the thousands of Americans who died fighting for their liberation in 1944. The closing resolution approved today's reaffirmed, quote, unwavering support for the Ukraine democracy and territorial integrity to hold accountable for the Russian regime for its war crimes, also denounced the ideology and practice of Russism, defining Putin fascism. On a departure, we had the leadership of Ann Wagner, Congresswoman, former ambassador to Luxembourg, to lay a wreath at the historic American Cemetery. Our sympathy to the family of the beloved Mary Dozier Lee Ellsworth of Lexington.
Thank you very much. The gentleman, for what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection. Without objection, the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to praise the life and career of golfer Renee Powell and discuss why she deserves a Presidential Medal of Freedom. In 1967, Renee Powell became just the second African American to play on the LPGA Tour and competed in more than 250 professional tournaments. Also, Powell was an international ambassador for the game of golf. She was a member of the British PGA, won a tournament in Australia, and taught golf to African heads of state. In 1977, she was the first woman ever to play in a men's professional golf tournament. And in 2017, Powell was elected to the PGA American Hall of Fame. But she was more than an exceptional golfer. Powell designed golf apparel in the famous British department store Harrods. And today she runs Clearview Hope, a rehabilitation program for female war veterans. Renee Powell is an American icon and a civil rights pioneer, and she deserves to be recognized with the Presidential Medal of Freedom. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman for Georgia, what purpose do you seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Jerry Hogan Sr. Jerry was born in the Old Fort neighborhood of Savannah in 1942. Before his graduation from Benedictine Military School in 1961, he attained the prestigious rank of Eagle Scout. After Benedictine, he enlisted in the United Marine Corps, serving with honor and distinction before transferring to the United States Marine Corps Reserve. As well as his Marine Corps service, Jerry was also a police officer on Tybee Island. After his stint with the Tybee Island Police Department, he went on to become a stevedore at both the Port of Savannah and the Port of Miami. In 1975, he started M.J. Hogan Company and followed that up in 1991 with Hogan's Marina. He led both companies until his passing. A devout Catholic, he was active in every parish he lived and founded the Joseph O'Brien Ramsey Scholarship as his alma mater, Benedictine. Jerry was also very active in community and civic associations, being a member of the Jaycees, Propeller Club of Savannah, and the Chatham County Tax Assessors Board. A proud Irish American, He served as a general chairman, adjutant, and finally as Grand Marshal of the Savannah St. Patrick's Day Parade. My thoughts and prayers go out to the Hogan family during this most difficult time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. For what purpose does the gentle lady from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentle lady from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The GOP continues to hold the American economy hostage unless their extreme ransom note is met. However, the June 1st deadline is fast approaching and progress must be made in negotiations. The debt ceiling will be reached in 10 days from now. If Republicans keep up their brinksmanship and drive us into the default, the United States will be unable to pay its bills. This will have unimaginable consequences for our seniors and people nearing retirement. It would be particularly damaging for retirees who rely on monthly Social Security payments to survive. Our seniors worked hard and paid into the system all their lives, and they should be able to count on the monthly checks that they have earned. However, a Republican-forced debt default would jeopardize Social Security payments for 98,000 families in my district. Default would also wreak havoc on the stock market, threatening retirement savings of over 100,000 of my constituents and eliminate approximately $20,000 from typical retirement portfolios. We have a responsibility to protect the well-being and financial security of our seniors. We must raise the debt ceiling now. The clock is ticking. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you very much. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to call attention to the scourge of fentanyl and opioids that have made their way into New York's Hudson Valley, a region I proudly represent. It is critical that we all work together to find solutions to the devastating impacts these illegal substances can have. I am fully committed to doing everything I can to stop the inflow of fentanyl at our southern border and points of entry and hold the cartels and those trafficking fentanyl-laced drugs accountable. I'm also dedicated to doing everything I can to assist organizations that play a critical role in the treatment, recovery, and education of those in the Hudson Valley struggling with substance use disorders, which is why I'm supporting H.R. 467, the Halt Fentanyl Act. This bill will categorize fentanyl as a Schedule I drug, as it has no currently accepted medical value and a high potential for abuse. Additionally, this bill establishes a new alternative registration process for Schedule I research. As someone who has seen firsthand the incredible positive impacts that recovery can have on families, I'm in this fight for the long haul and know the importance of it. Together, we can make a real impact, and I encourage my colleagues to pass H.R. 467. I yield back.
Thank you very much. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I traveled to the southern border to witness the challenges firsthand. First and foremost, I thank the Brownsville Port of Entry field operation officers and Border Patrol agents at the Central Processing Center in McAllen for working around the clock to ensure our nation is secure. While in Texas, I witnessed a drug bust, asylum seekers, and unaccompanied minor in detention, and I heard about the strain on the men and women fighting to keep our citizens safe. Mr. Speaker, one officer told me, you could double the workforce tomorrow and there would still be plenty of work. These workers are doing more with less, so we must ensure they have the technology, infrastructure, and recruitment tools to help secure our border most effectively. Immigration reform must be safe, orderly, and humane. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you very much. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the need for further transparency and accountability in military housing. The most critical asset in the defense of our nation are the men and women who choose to serve. Therefore, our personnel and families deserve to have their most basic needs addressed, and this starts with housing. For several years now, military housing has been plagued with widespread complaints of neglect, unsafe conditions, and careless repairs. Recently, I introduced the Military Housing Transparency and Accountability Act, which would expand the assessment tool created in the 2020 NDAA to include all military housing, as well as enhancing the reporting requirements to ensure accountability. As an Army dad, I know firsthand the challenges our servicemen and women face when finding safe and comfortable housing. They should feel confident if an issue arises, it will be resolved in a timely manner. This bipartisan bill is a step in the right direction and will improve transparency and oversight with the goal of fixing a system that has serious issues. Given the ongoing recruitment and retention challenges in our armed forces, ensuring adequate housing for service members and their families is an important necessary part of the solution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today to commemorate the life and legacy of Dr. Nicholas Balubkins of Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Dr. Balubkins was born in 1926 in Latvia and immigrated to the United States after World War II, where he received his master's and doctorate degrees in economics. For decades, Dr. Balubkins was a staple of the Lehigh University community, known for his ready smile and colorful bow ties, and recognized by awards for his teaching excellence. He wrote a dozen books and over 40 published professional economics articles, earning worldwide recognition for his work. Following the collapse of the Soviet Union, Dr. Balubkins received the highest civilian honor from his home country of Latvia, the Order of the Three Stars. Dr. Balubkins will be remembered as an extraordinary professor, neighbor, colleague, and friend, and we honor his lifelong dedication to shaping the lives of the students who were lucky enough to pass through his classroom. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you very much. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I stand to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks as needed.
Without objection, the gentlelady from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today because earlier today in Royal Oak, Michigan, our governor, Governor Gretchen Whitmer, alongside our Attorney General Dana Nessel, Lieutenant Governor Gilchrist, our State House Judiciary Chair Kelly Breen, and a former member of Congress, Gabby Giffords, stood today as the governor signed into law a suite of bills that would allow families, healthcare providers, law enforcement, and other stakeholders to petition courts to remove guns from those judged to be an imminent threat to themselves or others. Michigan now joins more than a dozen other states to implement red flag laws, sometimes known as extreme risk protection order. Our state has been rocked by each gun death. And earlier this year, a mass shooting in Michigan State, as well as at the end of 2021, a mass shooting at Oxford High School. Moms demand action, and so many others in our community. For gun safety, the #1 killer of children in the United States of America, I am so pleased to see Michigan take this step. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to celebrate a remarkable milestone in the history of the capital region of New York that I represent, the 135th anniversary of the YWCA of Northeastern New York. From humble beginnings in 1888, this organization has grown into a force in our community, transforming countless lives and promoting empowerment, racial equality, and social justice in Schenectady and well beyond. For many years, the YWCA has stepped up to provide vital services and resources for women and families in need, from affordable housing and child care to job training and counseling services. Beyond that, the YWCA has long been a platform for the voices of women, nurturing future leaders and empowering individuals to stand up for their own rights and the rights of others. And through its commitment to eliminating racism, it has fostered understanding and built bridges of solidarity across our diverse community. As we celebrate this momentous occasion, let us reflect on the tremendous legacy of the YWCA of Northeastern New York. Let us honor its accomplishments, and most importantly, let us recommit ourselves to the principles of justice, equity, and empowerment embodied by the YWCA. Congratulations on this milestone, and here's to another 135 years of transforming lives, strengthening communities, and building a brighter future for each and every one. Thank you. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you very much. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, we have a serious challenge in this country, a challenge that requires us to act with broadness, swiftness, and, of course, understanding. And I rise today to introduce legislation, the Comprehensive Response to Phenol-Related Substances and Phenol-Laced Substance Act. 8.4 million phenol-laced fake prescription pills exist. The seizures were directly linked to at least 39 overdose deaths. 8.4 million. And between 2019 and 2021, more than 2,200 adolescents overdosed. 96% of them were between the ages of 15 and 19. This legislation will look that squarely in the eye and demand that it cease and desist. Increasing funding for prevention and treatment programs, programs that provide education and treatment for people who are at risk. Get them while they are subject to being enticed. School-based programs, community outreach program, expanding access to naloxone, the medication that can reverse the effects. It should be in all schools. Cracking down on the trafficking, the little pink pills. We have to save our children, and we have to save them now. Join Congresswoman Jackson Lee and my co-sponsors, original co-sponsors, to support this legislation, Response to Phenol-Related Substances and Phenol-Laced Substance Act. Let's save our children. I yield back.
Thank you very much. The 1 minute speeches have expired under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Sherfellis McCormick, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the minority leader. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the subject of this special order hour.
Without objection, so ordered.
It is with great honor that I rise today to co-anchor the CBC Special Order Hour, along with my distinguished colleague, Rep. Jackson from Illinois. For the next 60 minutes, members of the CBC have an opportunity to speak directly to the American people on Black veterans and their contributions to America, an issue of great importance to the Congressional Black Caucus, Congress, and the constituents we all represent, and all Americans. It is now my privilege to yield the floor to the Honorable Chairman Stephen Hartford from Nevada.
I'd like to thank the gentlelady from Florida and for her tremendous leadership in serving as co-chair, not just for tonight's special order hour on behalf of the Congressional Black Caucus, but every time that Representative Sheila Sherfellis McCormick and Representative Jonathan Jackson are able to lead in this time. I also rise with my colleagues of the Congressional Black Caucus to thank and recognize our active duty servicemen and servicewomen and to honor Black veterans from around the nation, those who have returned to civilian life, and those who are serving here in Congress. I also would like to thank all of their families who also serve along them in the freedoms that we hold dear. I rise today to honor them for their service, their patriotism, their courage, and of course, their sacrifice in keeping our nation safe and free. Unfortunately, the stories of Black veterans are too often untold. Even now, the very history of their service is under threat of being taken out of our schools.
It is important that we never forget the unique history and contribution of our nation's black veterans, like the Tuskegee Airmen, and we cannot ignore inequities black veterans have faced over generations, like being denied benefits in the GI Bill following World War II, something that our Assistant Democratic Leader, Mr. Clyburn, and members of the Congressional Black Caucus are working to address. Black veterans account for nearly a third of our nation's unhoused veteran population, and black veterans are nearly 2 times as likely to live in poverty. As a Congress, we must fulfill our responsibility to repay our veterans for their service, including to the black servicemen and servicewomen who are still making contributions to our nation today. With that, I would like to take the opportunity to tell the stories of a few of our veterans from Nevada's 4th Congressional District who represent the best that Nevada and our country have to offer. One of those constituents was a service member named Kelly. Kelly, towards the end of her service in the Air Force, her health began to deteriorate. After consulting with doctors, she was diagnosed with untreated fibroids, which caused her immense pain and forced her to rely on pain medications. In the early years, there were no women's clinics, and Kelly had only male doctors attending to her care. But the VA's renewed focus on addressing the unique needs of women's veteran means there is now a safe space where Kelly can feel comfortable alongside fellow women veterans who share similar experiences. Christina is another black woman from my district who is in the Air Force. She served from 2002 until her medical retirement in 2008. Tragically, during her service, she fell victim to sexual assault, which caused her immense trauma and impacted her mental health. After leaving the military, she grasped her need for help and turned to the VA, where she engaged with programs such as cognitive behavior therapy, cognitive processing therapy, and dialectical behavior therapy. She was set on a path to recovery, which affirmed her strength. Her story serves as a reminder that we must ensure that we provide the support and the resources our service members need. I also want to share a story because I was recently honored to help document the story of Montford Point Marines through an interview with the Henry Franklin Jackson and the family of Isaac McMickens. They were among the first black Americans to enlist in the Marine Corps, and they trained at Montford Point. By preserving their stories for generations to come, we can ensure that we honor their sacrifices. We will never be able to fully repay our veterans, given the sacrifices that they've made for our country. But as a Congress, we can make sure that we do all that we can to ensure that they have what they need when they return home. It is because of the challenges that our veterans faced that I was so proud to support the PACT Act, which is one of the most significant expansions of benefits and services for toxic exposed veterans in more than 30 years. This historic piece of legislation is helping to deliver more timely benefits and services to more than 5 million veterans, including thousands from Nevada, who were impacted by toxic exposures while serving our country. Again, I want to thank my colleagues from the Congressional Black Caucus for their commitment to supporting our nation's veterans, for recognizing the role black veterans play in American history, and for sharing the story of veterans in our districts. Thank you to our CBC colleagues who are able to join for this important topic tonight, and to our co-chairs for their extraordinary leadership and managing this special order hour. Thank you again, and I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is now my privilege to yield to the Honorable Sheila Jackson Lee from Texas. had the highlights on.
I thank the gentlelady and the gentleman from Illinois, and I add my appreciation as the chairman of the Congressional Black Caucus has indicated. Mr. Horsford, I want to thank you both for your continuing leadership. And this is a particularly important special order honoring our veterans far and wide, and then telling the stories of our black veterans who often have been at the wrong end of the history of this country. It should be noted that African Americans, some enslaved, have fought in every war since the Revolutionary War. And it is extremely important to recognize that sometimes their stories have not been told. I was very pleased today to support the legislation that supported a veterans COLA, cost of living. We all know that veterans have, as I indicated on the floor, been victims of homelessness, been discriminated against in terms of not appreciating their service, taking their service where they are commanding thousands and giving them an entry-level job. I think it is important that we recognize the importance of their work. We also know that there's been many who have had service-related injuries who have not been fully compensated. We continue to fight against those who've had Agent Orange. And certainly we are more than excited about the passage of the PACT Act brought in the House, where I introduced the Jackson-Lee Amendment, which would have required a report on the feasibility of modifying the individual longitudinal exposure record. That act, of course, even without changes, was in fact to add to providing protection to our veterans. And so I wanted to emphasize the stories of veterans who have fought and who have been at every war. And that includes the wars of the 1800s, the Civil War, World War I, World War II, the Korean War, and Vietnam and Iraq and Afghanistan. I want to acknowledge our friend and colleague, the Honorable Charlie Rangel, was a Korean War vet in the worst of time and the most cold of time and an ugly war, but a war. And he reminded us during his tenure here that the Korean War was not a conflict, it was in fact a war. The generals that fought in World War II and who still came home to a segregated America. And we must be remembering of those individuals, some who fell out of skies in World War I and World War II. We've come full circle to the Vietnam War, where there was 50,000 who died, large numbers of African Americans who lost their life. General Colin Powell fought in that war, was wounded, and I pay tribute to him tonight, who ultimately became the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and as well ultimately Secretary of State. He had a passion for peace, believed in peace. Though he was a warrior and a combat leader, he understood the value of peace. We thank him for his service. My own constituent, Sergeant Williams, a Buffalo soldier who fought in the Vietnam War, who lives today exhibiting the bravery of that time. Thank you to his service. And then those who have come full circle in Iraq and Afghanistan, who happen to be African American men and women, who rose to the ranks of lieutenants and majors. Globally, I want to say thank you to them and the many of them that serve in my congressional district. This is an important moment as we approach the Memorial Day weekend for those who wore the uniform unselfishly and then lost their lives. And I also, as I supported this COLA increase for our veterans, I want to remind many of us that there are many homeless veterans. Many of them are black veterans. I want to particularly say to them that their status today does not diminish their bravery and service to this nation. It should be our commitment that we should not leave any veteran behind, and not any veteran homeless. That will be my commitment, that we continue to fight against that scourge of homeless veterans who want to be reunited with their family members, who are in need of the services that will make them whole. Finally, let me say this. As this nation deals with default, we cannot forget the veterans who will lose 30 million health care appointments and as well will in fact suffer and not have a COLA. Remember what happens when there is no bipartisan effort and our friends continue to insist on hostage taking. The people who insult or who lose out will be the people who are in fact our very special veterans. With that, I thank you for yielding, and again, thank you for honoring our veterans in this week.
Thank you, Representative Sheila Jackson Lee. It is now my privilege to yield to the Honorable Maxine Waters from the state of California.
Thank you very much. I thank the gentle lady from Texas for affording me this time. And I'm very pleased to join with all of my colleagues in the Congressional Black Caucus to honor the veterans, African American, Black veterans who have served this country so honorably. We could talk all night about the contributions that have been made, the sacrifices that have been made, and so we will take this time to point out not only the contributions, but individuals who have played an important role as Blacks in the military. First, I'd like to share that in 1994, I introduced legislation that was H.R. 3013 to create the Center for Women's Veterans. And it became law under a bill under Sonny Montgomery, who was the chair of the Veterans Committee at that time. And I think that overall bill was the Veterans Benefits Improvements Act. And I'm very pleased that that center has paid attention to some of the concerns that we've had about the treatment of women, Black women in particular. I'd like to bring to your attention someone from my district who is an extraordinary woman who happens to be a veteran. Patricia Jackson Kelly is a military veteran of the United States Air Force and of the United States Army and Navy Reserves, having served our nation collectively for 26 years, where she rose to the top rank of Lieutenant Colonel after serving honorably on both active duty and in the reserves. Lieutenant Colonel Jackson Kelly recently completed a 4-year impressive term as the national president of the National Association of Black Military Women with chapters across the United States. While serving our nation in the armed forces and post-service, Lieutenant Colonel Jackson Kelly served as a program manager for a 40-bed substance abuse ward and as the woman veteran program manager with the Department of Veterans Affairs, West Los Angeles. During her term on executive staff, she was instrumental in implementing programs and increased funds and resources for women veterans. During her time at the Veterans Hospital, she also served as one of the initial board members during the inaugural formation of U.S. Vets. Patricia Jackson Kelly is also a commissioner for the County of Los Angeles and serving in the 2nd District for Military and Veterans Affairs and commander for the American Legion, Jackie Robinson 252 Post. Most recently, she was appointed by the Secretary of the Department of Veterans Affairs Sexual Assault and Harassment Prevention Task Force Working Group covering national concerns and issues. Lieutenant Colonel Jackson Kelly has received awards and commendations from President George Bush, California Governor's Office, 2006 through 2009, NAACP, Blacks in Government, and many top community organizations. In 2010, she was selected as Southern California Women Veteran of the Year by the California Department of Veterans Affairs, and she was the inaugural recipient of the PFC Gladys Schuster Award, Trailblazer Award, August 2012. Jackson Kelly was recognized by former Department of Veteran Affairs Secretary Robert McDonnell for her service on the National Center for Minority Veterans Committee from 2015 to 2017. In 2017, Lieutenant Colonel Jackson Kelly was awarded the Lifetime Legacy Award by Connected Women of Influence. In 2018, she received the Crystal Eagle Award by Los Angeles County African American Employees Association. Also in 2018, Lieutenant Colonel Jackson Kelly was honored with the Holman Community Development Corporation Quad Champion Award, the City of Los Angeles Hall of Fame Award, and was named UCLA Veteran of the Year. In 2019, she was a Hollywood Business and Professional Women Black History Month honoree. Lieutenant Jackson Kelly was one of the honorees of the National Daughters of the American Revolution Women in American History 2021-2022. August 20th, 2022, she received the prestigious African-Focused Goodwill Lifetime Achievement Award. And I just want to say that she is one of many African-American women who have served honorably this country, and she deserves to be recognized. And this evening, I hope that by giving her this recognition, she will understand that we appreciate her so very much, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you so much, Representative Maxine Waters. It is now my privilege to yield to the Honorable Gwen Moore.
I just want to thank the gentlelady for yielding and thank Ms. Surflius McCormick and Representative Jackson for hosting this special hour. I can tell you that as a member of a family whose relatives and brothers and dad and uncles have served in the service, Memorial Day weekend is a very, very important to me. And as our nation prepares to celebrate this Memorial Day, I'm so pleased to join my colleagues in the Congressional Black Caucus on the floor to recall the great sacrifice of all that we ask to put on the uniform. Memorial Day is a stark reminder of the cost of that service and the sacrifice that comes with taking that oath. There are few other callings in life as humble or as selfless as the sacrifice of a member of the military. We owe them so much. And because of this sacrifice, this distinguished body is able to gather today, tomorrow, and the next day under the E Pluribus Unum in this chamber. Because of their sacrifices, there are so many more who are inspired to put on the uniform and will do so in the coming days. But while Memorial Day reminds us to celebrate those who have given the ultimate sacrifice, Memorial Day also urges us to do something active for those veterans that are serving now, that are standing up our freedoms and liberties. And so I'm so tremendously proud of the work that the House Democrats have done to continue in this regard. Efforts like the Sergeant First Class Heath Robinson promise to address comprehensive toxics, the PACT Act, that is being aggressively implemented by the administration to ensure it fulfill a promise providing generations of veterans with the care and benefits that they have earned and deserve. This new law creates a strong framework for expanding and extending eligibility for VA health care for veterans exposed to toxic substances during their time in uniform. This for too long, Mr. Speaker, veterans have had to fight just to get benefits that they earned for exposure to some dangerous toxins while they were in uniform. More than 3.3 million veterans have received the new toxic exposure screening set up by this new law. And I'm grateful that while many of them have passed on, those who are alive will get some remuneration for their suffering. But on this day, I especially want to remember other veterans who did not necessarily die in combat, but they died even so as a result of their service. Someone like my constituent, Corey Adams. Corey Adams wanted to serve his country and follow in his father's and grandfather's footsteps. So he joined the Air Force right after high school. And this week, I intend to introduce a bill named after him. Corey served 4 years on active duty, and then he joined the Air Force Reserve. He had overseas deployments, including 6 months in Afghanistan in 2009. Sergeant Corey Adams was later diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder and moved into his parents' home in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. A very, very fragile veteran. On March 20th, 2017, the Adams family was changed forever. Sergeant Corey Adams was missing, and they knew he was vulnerable. His family tried to file a missing report soon after he went missing. It took 8 days before the police determined that he met the criteria of a missing person, a crucial delay. 18 days after his disappearance, Sergeant Corey Adams' body was found in a pond recovered from Deneen Park, 1 mile from his mother's home. And last month marked the 6th year since his body was found. No family should suffer like this. And out of this tragedy, his family took action and went to the Wisconsin legislature. And therefore, due to their advocacy, Wisconsin became the first state to enact a green alert system to find veterans who are reported missing. And that system has already worked to help successfully locate missing veterans. Delaware, Tennessee, and Texas have since enacted laws to do the same, and other states are currently looking to do the same. The legislation that I will be introducing this week in his honor would help establish a national program at the Department of Justice to help create a strong and robust green alert system network across our country to help ensure that when a veteran goes missing, we do all we can to find them. We will leave no soldier behind. And with legislation like the Corey Adams Searchlight Act, the PACT Act, and so many other thoughtful bills that have been introduced so far by my colleagues in this Congress, we make sure that Memorial Day is also a time to act and to make sure that we enact policies that make clear to our veterans and our service members that we will always have their backs, always. I want to thank each and every one of the men and women in uniform today and all of our veterans. And I yield back to the gentle lady from Florida.
Thank you so much, Representative Gwen Moore. It is now my privilege to yield to the Honorable Donald Payne from New Jersey.
I'd like to thank the gentlelady from Florida for the opportunity to address you tonight in this special order hour, and the gentleman from Illinois, showing great leadership in what is a wholesome and honorable responsibility to lead these special order hours. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor our fallen African American veterans in the week before Memorial Day and discuss what the PACT Act will do to help all surviving veterans. Almost 200,000 Black Americans died while fighting to protect U.S. freedoms. They fought in every major U.S. conflict, from the Revolutionary War to the Iraq War. In fact, The first person to die in the Revolutionary Wars for our war for freedom was Crispus Attucks, an African American. The names of the regiments are emblazoned in American history. Names like the Buffalo Soldiers, the Tuskegee Airmen, and the Harlem Hellfighters. In my district, they continue to make a difference in local industry and local politics. Black soldiers are America's forgotten heroes. They fought in foreign wars to protect our nation. Then they fought oppression, racism, and hatred when they returned home. Not welcome in the restaurants, not welcome in the hotels, not welcome to drink from certain fountains, but fought far and wide away from this nation. They deserve more than the usual thanks for your service. They receive from across the country, and I am proud to support a law that helps them get more support. The Sergeant First Class Health, Heath Robinson, honoring our promise to address Comprehensive Toxics Act, or the PACT Act, could be the largest veterans health care and benefits expansion in American history. The PACT Act expands and extends eligibility for Veterans Administration health care to veterans who have suffered toxic exposure. And it does the same for veterans of the Vietnam War, Gulf War, and the other post-9/11 conflicts that we have engaged in. That means 5 million veterans could be eligible for benefits thanks to this act. Also, the PACT Act adds more than 20 health conditions to the list of eligibility for VA health benefits, such as exposure to Agent Orange, burn pits, and other toxins. And it requires the VA to provide toxic exposure screening to every veteran enrolled in the VA healthcare system. But local veterans and advocates are excited about more than these benefits. They are telling district veterans that the PACT Act will allow them to get physicals to find service-related ailments and disabilities. These physicals could allow more eligible veterans to enroll in the VA healthcare system and help them register as an American veteran for health-related or other benefits nationwide. But the VA has to do a better job in contacting veterans to encourage them to participate. Some veterans in my district said the VA has a version of the notorious don't ask, don't tell policy. They say if you don't ask the VA about the benefits directly, they won't let you know. And that seems to be a theme that runs across the federal government. There's so many projects and plans and opportunities for people across this nation, just everyday normal Americans, but if you don't know the right question to ask, the information is not forthcoming. Now, nobody will mislead you, but you have to ask the right question, and then they're forthcoming with the information. That has to change. And we honor the nations, and as we honor our nation's fallen heroes, we must do more to support veterans and other American heroes. That way, our dedication to the men and women who protect our country and keep us safe will be more than words. It will be a direct action. And I am just delighted to be here to raise this issue. There shouldn't have to be an acknowledgement separately of African American veterans. but this country, in some ways, have forgotten them. And so we have to raise the issue. We don't want it. We want to be a part of the collective of this great nation. But there's so many instances where the contributions of this population are left out. And so we are here to make sure it's clear and to correct the history. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you so much, Representative. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor our nation's brave Black service members. I rise not only for our veterans who served our nation with honor and integrity, but also for those who gave the ultimate sacrifice in defense of our country. Black soldiers have fought and given their lives in every American conflict since the Revolutionary War, fighting for democracy at home and abroad while being treated like second-class citizens on American soil. In 1944, this very body passed the GI Bill to provide free education, unemployment pay, and home loans for millions of veterans returning from World War II. These benefits helped to expand the American middle class after the war, but Black veterans were excluded from these benefits due to our nation's original sin. This expulsion helped to widen the already existing wealth gap between white and Black Americans, the same gap that we feel and see today. The wide disparity in the bill's implementation increased wealth, education, and civil rights gaps. The inequitable implementation of the GI Bill shut the door for 1.2 million Black people, veterans, who bravely served the community during World War II in segregated ranks. The willingness on the part of African American soldiers to serve and sacrifice their lives for a country that treated them as second-class citizens is beyond remarkable. It wasn't until President Truman's Executive Order 9981 that the armed services were forced to desegregate, but by this time the demand had already been done. In the South, the GI Bill exacerbated rather than narrowed the economic educational attainment of Black veterans. After World War II, Black veterans wanted to attend college in the South were restricted in their choices of about 100 public and private institutions. Only 6% of African American veterans of World War II earned college degrees, compared to 19% of white veterans. For over 200 years, Black soldiers have endured individual and institutional racism while fighting for their country. It is time to honor every Black veteran and soldier who paid the ultimate sacrifice while fighting for a more perfect union at home. May their memory be a blessing, and may this Congress rectify injustices delivered on this very floor. I'd like to now yield back to the Honorable Jonathan Jackson from the state of Illinois.
I'd like to thank my distinguished colleague, the Honorable Sheila Surfulis McCormick. I'd like to thank the Honorable Gwen Moore. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to give special consideration to the contribution and bravery of Black soldiers and veterans. Veterans in this country deserve far more than we have thus far been willing to give them. And certainly Black veterans are more than eligible for the kind of dignity and respect too long denied to them, both in and out of the armed services. Let us never forget that in several instances, the enemies of America were treated better than Black soldiers fighting for America. I remember my grandfather today, Charles Henry Jackson, who was working 3 jobs for a man in South Carolina, that after having been disrespected, told the man he could keep his jobs, although our family needed the money, needed the work so that we could feed the family. The young man then went on to turn my grandfather in to the Army recruiting office and had him enlisted, drafted into World War II. Having fought in World War II and been honorably discharged, he recounted the story for me when he came back from New York City down on the train in first class, down to Union Station not far from here. And by the time they were heading back south to the Jim Crow era of the South, he had to go to the second-class coach cars in the back of the train so that Nazi POW prisoners could sit in first class right here in Washington, D.C., right here in America. Let us never forget the kind of bigotry and hatred the black soldiers had to endure simply because of the color of their skin. And it would be a tragedy of the worst kind for us to no longer remember the intrinsic, systemic evils that prevented African Americans from receiving equity in health care and the distribution of benefits, once again, simply because of the color of their skin. There have always been gross inequities in how black veterans have been treated, and regrettably, this has always been the case. A recent internal document from the Department of Veteran Affairs obtained by the NPR revealed that black veterans are less likely to get approved for benefits associated with conditions like PTSD. According to NPR, an internal report developed by the Veterans Administration found that black veterans who filed claims for PTSD were rejected on average 12% more often than their white counterparts. Thankfully, the VA's Equity Task Force has been alerted to this problem and is dedicated to making improvements. But this is not the first time black veterans have been treated with difference and disrespect. Black soldiers were never allowed to have full and unfettered access to the benefits enshrined to them in the GI Bill. In some cases, black veterans could not take advantage of the GI Bill simply because they were not granted an honorable discharge. In other cases, even when black veterans properly qualified for full range of benefits, they were denied them because of segregation and anti-integration policies. In fact, one congressman I've researched, in particular Congressman John Rankin, a Southern Dixiecrat, did everything in his power to exclude black veterans from receiving the unemployment benefits enshrined in the bill. We were thick on words and thin on deeds. And when those benefits could not be legally denied in the legislation itself, local postmasters conspired in an effort not to deliver the forms to black veterans needed to fill out in order to receive their unemployment benefits. In 1947, only 2 of the more than 3,200 VA guaranteed home loans in 13 Mississippi counties went to black veterans. And this was not just a Southern problem. In New York, in the northern Jersey suburbs, fewer than 100 of the 67,000 mortgages insured by the GI Bill supported the home purchases of African American veterans. That's 100 out of 67,000. It means that less than 0.15% of the loans in that area went to black veterans. And the list goes on and on. The kind of inequalities and inequities and indignities that black soldiers and black veterans have had to endure amount to a cacophony of slights, the full list of which I do not have the time to fully mention. And yet black people have fought in every major war that this country has ever had because we are a brave and an honorable people. And when we fought, nobody was doing us a favor. Call the roll. From the Revolutionary War to the Battle of 1812, to the Civil War, to the Spanish-American War, to World War I, World War II, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, black people have always been willing to serve. Today we honor black veterans because of their bravery and what they had to endure, and because of what they accomplished in spite of it all. We honor their sacrifices and their service. We honor their dignity and determination. Without black veterans, there could be no Colin Powell. Without black veterans, there could be no Lloyd Austin. Without a long history of brave black veterans, there is no such thing as a black commander-in-chief. The governor of Florida can act like black history isn't important to America, but there would be no American history without blacks in our history. Our thoughts are with black veterans today because history remembers men and women who put their shoulders to the wheel of progress and push until one dies and another world is born. We will never forget the contribution of black veterans because they did what racism said could never be done. They proved to the world that black people are brave and innovative as anyone else. They proved to the world that when the game is fair and the rules are public and the playing field is even, black people can do anything. And I must tell you, Mr. Speaker, that I'm proud to be a part of a caucus and a party that does more than just send thoughts and prayers to our veterans. During the last Congress, under the leadership of the Honorable Nancy Pelosi and the Honorable Steny Hoyer and the Honorable Jim Clyburn and our current leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, Democrats in the House of Representatives led the way to passing the PACT Act. This important law expands VA health care benefits for veterans exposed to burn pits, Agent Orange, and other toxic substances. I'm grateful to be a part of a party and an institution that continues to find ways to honor its commitments to our veterans. It should not have taken us this long to decide that if we expose the brave men and women of our armed services to toxic conditions, the least we could do is make sure they have access to all of the health care they need to recover. From the Vietnam War to all of our post-9/11 conflicts, our soldiers have been exposed to all kinds of horrific substances, and yet we could not find the political will to dedicate specific resources to this particular aspect of modern war. The devastating effects of dangerous toxins have been an albatross around the necks of our brave men and women for far too long. But as the old saying goes, better late than never. Several members of the Congressional Black Caucus who were part of the 117th Caucus were instrumental in the passing of this restorative law. And that's how I view the PACT Act. This law widens the path that leads to greater restoration for the men and women we ask to risk their lives in defense of this country. This law deepens the validity of the promise we made as a country to these honorable soldiers. Call me a dreamer, but I just may happen to believe that when we ask people to do extraordinary things, it's altogether fitting that your response and our response collectively should be to make sure that they are treated equally and in an extraordinary manner. We can simply never do enough for our veterans. We love our soldiers, but we turn our back far too often on our veterans. And so it's with the best of intentions that we call on the Veterans Administration to make sure that black veterans are not excluded from the important care and restoration they need afforded to them in the PACT Act. We call on the Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Dennis McDonald, to personally commit his attention and take time to making sure that none of the past injustices and disparities reveal themselves in the practical application of this law. And I must say to all of my colleagues, my Democratic colleagues, and my fellow members of the Congressional Black Caucus who were members of the 117th Congress, on behalf of all of the veterans, and particularly of all the black veterans who make their home in the 1st Congressional District of the state of Illinois, I extend to you my most sincere gratitude for your hard work in making this law a reality. Millions of people will be positively affected by what you have accomplished. Millions of people will find relief and some measure of restoration because of what you have done in the 117th Congress. Millions of veterans will be able to sleep a little sounder at night from the care that they receive because of what you did in the passing of this law. And future veterans will owe much of the improvements we will make in taking care of them to all of you. Well done, good and faithful servants. You have honored this country by caring about the people of this country, and nothing is greater than that. I yield my time back to the Honorable Sheila Serfulus McCormick.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire on how much time is remaining?
Yes, ma'am. You have 14 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise again today to be the voice of black men and women who have selfishly dedicated their lives to the country, but now find themselves on the street. These veterans represent the heart and soul of our nation, serving a country that did not always serve them, and yet we are failing to help them again. Homelessness is felt acutely by Black veterans. Black individuals make up around 12% of active duty military personnel in 2018, but were 33% of the homeless veteran population. Throughout the pandemic, the VA reduced veteran homelessness by 11% and permanently housed over 40,000 veterans. This decrease can be directly attributed to the flexibilities that were found because of the COVID-19 pandemic public health emergency. But now with the PHE having ended, many veterans may soon find themselves out on the street. Unfortunately, Republicans decided to vote against my proposal, H.R. 645, the Healthy Foundations for Homelessness Veterans Act, which would have helped put roofs over veterans' heads. It is shameful. Our brave veterans willingly stepped into the line of fire and accepted the looming shadow of danger, all to safeguard our cherished liberties. To honor that sacrifice, it is our duty as a nation and as members of Congress to ensure they return home to a nation that provides opportunities for them and their families. We must equip our VAs with the necessary tools to directly engage with and provide care for Black veterans grappling with homelessness, housing insecurity. And it isn't a partisan issue. For each day that we, as a Congress, fail to authorize and address veterans' homelessness, we condemn another veteran to a night of needless suffering on the street. The time to act is now. For every night delayed is a night too long for those who have worn our nation's uniform. I urge my colleagues from across the aisles to work with House Democrats so we may serve those who served us. As the nation's greatness is measured not by its military might or its economic power, but by how it treats its most vulnerable citizens, especially those who have served our country so bravely. My Democratic colleagues and I will not leave our veterans behind on this very soil they volunteered to protect and defend. As a member of the Veteran Affairs Committee and ranking member of the Subcommittee for Modernization, I ask all of us to think about this Memorial Day not in the same reverence, but to pledge ourselves to do more for our veterans and to ensure that they are not living in homelessness or housing insecurities and that they're having access to their benefits. Mr. Speaker, I rise again today. Excuse me. Mr. Speaker, I rise again today to pay tribute to the brave men and women who have dedicated their lives to serving our great nation. As a member of the House Veterans Affairs Committee, I pledge to fight for our veterans from all walks of life. Their stories of courage, resilience, and commitment demonstrate a legacy of service and sacrifice. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, post-9/11 veterans are becoming more and more diverse than previous generations. Today, women represent a remarkable 17%, while African Americans make up 15.3% of our current veteran population. We recognize the trailblazers who have not only served our nation, but also enriched diversity of armed forces. I'm fortunate to count among my constituents many such heroes. One of Florida's 20th heroes is Miss Shanitria Moore, a resident of West Palm Beach. A United States Army veteran, Ms. Moore is a beacon of self-discipline and leads a life guided by her deeply held principles. Ms. Moore graduated with a diploma from the prestigious Academy of Health Science at Fort Sam Houston, Texas, and was later honored with an Army Accommodation Award by her commanding officer. Once retired from the active duty, she continued to serve by launching a nonprofit, Shays Community Initiative, Inc., which provides mentorship and scholarship for young Black men. Ms. Moore's service-oriented philosophy has its roots in her family military experience. Today, as a proud veteran and a dedicated community advocate, she continues to serve with the same excellence she displayed while she was in uniform. Thank you, Ms. Moore, for your service to this great nation and to Florida's 20th Congressional District. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to recognize my father-in-law, Carly McCormick Sr., who's no longer with us, who served as a Vietnam vet. It is now my privilege to yield back the remainder of our time.
The gentlelady yields the remainder of her time. Thank you very much. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Newhouse, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader. The gentleman from Washington, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on the topic of my special order.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, you probably didn't know this, but 50 years ago, President Nixon signed the Endangered Species Act into law, which was designed to do 2 things, very important things: prevent species from going extinct and promoting their recovery. Mr. Speaker, since then, hundreds of plants and animals have joined the endangered or threatened species lists, spurring conservation and recovery efforts at all levels of government. And while well-intentioned, this law, unfortunately, has been abused and twisted so much that it doesn't even begin to achieve its goals. In short, it's a failure. Indeed, although there have been some successes, I've granted, of the 1,389 listed species in 50 years, and get this, only 72 have been recovered and removed from the list. That's a 5% success rate. Now, only in the federal government would anyone consider 5% a passing grade. The Congressional Western Caucus has long advocated for improvements to modernize the ESA and make it more effective for our species and more transparent for the American people. We have advocated on behalf of the rural communities that we represent who are severely impacted by ESA listing decisions and who, in many cases, are working in collaboration with private landowners, community groups, tribes, local governments to promote successful species recovery and land conservation. And we have advocated to administration after administration to follow the science and fulfill the congressional intent of the law, which is to promote recovery of these species and remove them from the endangered species list. That's why I'm really proud, Mr. Speaker, to host this special order tonight, where you will hear from my Western Caucus colleagues about successful, locally led recovery efforts that are taking place across this country, about the need for conservation, not just preservation, of our species, the different impacts that ESA listing decisions have on local communities and economies, and some of the legislative reforms that are needed to finally bring the ESA into the 21st century. As we've seen over the past 50 years, the ESA has become a weapon used by extreme environmentalists, by serial litigators, to slow or halt critical economic development and land management projects in rural communities throughout the United States. From preventing the restoration of our forests, to creating overburdensome roadblocks to domestic energy development, the ESA, used in this way, actually can do more harm than good. These combative environmental groups use the ESA to drive a political wedge to achieve their true ambition: the end of ranching, the end of resource development, and the end of timber harvest on public lands. And it's not just a Western or a public lands issue, not at all. There are approximately 1.3 billion acres of private land in the United States, and 926 of the current listed species are on those private lands, which means cooperation with these communities and these landowners is essential. It's crucial for recovery. Unfortunately, ESA regulations often negatively affect the very people we need as conservation partners through land use restrictions, through reduced property values, and costly permitting requirements. In effect, the law literally makes enemies out of the people most critical to the species recovery. We must empower our local, our state, and our tribal partners to collaborate on comprehensive recovery and conservation efforts. And we understand, as the Western Caucus, more stringent regulations will not lead to more successful species recovery. In rural America, we value the responsible management of species, but we have to do so in a way that does not destroy our economies, that does not decimate our lands or leave our communities vulnerable to natural disasters. We need flexible tools, not tools that are one size fits all that come out of the federal government. To be successful in our shared goal of recovery, our nation's endangered species and threatened species. Tonight, as we always do, we are here to raise the voices of rural communities across this country. And tonight, we're focused on those voices that are telling us how they have been impacted by the ESA and make their message heard. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to begin this special order and turn to my first colleague in the Western Caucus, a gentleman from the great state of Indiana, Mr. James Baird.
I want to thank my colleague from the great state of Washington for giving me this opportunity and giving our people back home this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, today I rise on behalf of the communities and the residents of West Central Indiana to share our experience with the Endangered Species Act. As an animal scientist and a farmer, I'm a lifelong conservationist. I value the well-intended effort of the ESA to protect and conserve our nation's most iconic species that really define our landscapes and have shaped our heritage. Unfortunately, I believe the ESA has failed to achieve the underlying mission, and many of my constituents have been forced to experience the consequences firsthand. Lake Freeman and Schaefer near Monticello, Indiana, have been a proper and appropriate tourist destination, home to many small businesses and attractions and a vibrant local economy. Then a series of droughts and tangle of bureaucratic red tape involving ESA devastated our once thriving community. Following a list of more than a decade, mussels on the endangered species list found the Tippecanoe River, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service subsequently ordered a new higher volume of water to consistently flow out of the Oakdale Dam that forms Lake Freeman in an effort to preserve these now protected mussels. This executive action by unelected bureaucrats became a death knell to the community and surrounding area. Businesses like the Tall Timbers Marina or the Madam Carroll cruise boat reported catastrophic losses of revenue, and homeowners along the lake reported ruined seawalls, dried up wells, and poor resale values. The ESA not only failed to save the endangered population of mussels that sparked this misguided intervention, the mussels likely died from bacterial overload created by reducing a 1,500-acre lake to a puddle, but also claimed the lives of other wildlife in the area that died from the inhospitable conditions created by this rulemaking. What happened in my district was an unmitigated disaster, with antiquated federal policies providing little resource for the community, nearly leveled by its outdated regulations. After 50 years, it's time to modernize the law, to fix the broken parts, to make it better serve its intended purpose, and to allow for responsible solutions to disasters like Lake Freeman. And with that, I yield back.
Well, thank you, Mr. Baird, for relating some of the impacts that you see in your state You don't have to be in the western United States to be negatively impacted by some of the things that are in the ESA that need updating. So thanks for relating that.
Exactly, and I'm glad you're pointing those out.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. I'd like next to turn to one of the vice chairs of the Western Caucus, a gentleman that represents I guess another Midwestern state. I guess you call Wisconsin part of the Midwest. Mr. Tom Tiffany from the great state of Wisconsin. Tom, thanks for being here tonight.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for hosting this discussion on the ESA tonight. Could not be more timely to deal with this issue. So 50 years ago, the Endangered Species Act was created to protect endangered species by taking actions to put them on the road to recovery. Unfortunately, the Endangered Species Act has become a statutory Hotel California where radical environmental groups and judges check animals into the endangered species list, but they may never leave. In fact, over the last 50 years, out of the 1,389 listed species, only 72 have been recovered and removed from the list, as the chairman so eloquently stated in his opening remarks, a 5% recovery rate. Let me be clear. You endanger the Endangered Species Act when you do not remove species that have recovered. As everyone in Wisconsin knows, this is something we have seen far too often as it relates to the gray wolf. When federal protections were established for wolves in the Great Lakes region, population levels were in the hundreds. Now they are well over 4,000 in Michigan, Minnesota, and Wisconsin. Yet most recently, a California activist judge unilaterally put the gray wolf back on the Endangered Species Act list despite its recovery. The judge's decision went against the 26 scientists beside me here that have urged for the gray wolf to be removed from the ESA since 2015. And here they are. These are 26 eminent wildlife biologists that nearly a decade ago said to a judge here in Washington, D.C., you are making a mistake relisting the wolf. Let's allow management by the states where they can be most effectively managed. The data is clear. We've waited long enough. Congress must pass my bill that I introduced alongside Congresswoman Lauren Boebert, the Trust the Science Act. It would delist gray wolves in the lower 48 United States and would preclude any future relisting mischief by activist judges. When a species is removed from the ESA list, it's something we should celebrate. It is a success story. When a species has recovered, it enables us to use our limited time and resources to concentrate our efforts to protect and recover other species that truly are under threat or at risk of extinction. Over the last 50 years, the Endangered Species Act has failed to be a celebration of recovery and instead a political weapon. It's past time we changed that and turned the Endangered Species Act into something all Americans can celebrate, endangered species success stories. Thank you, sir, and I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Tiffany. Thank you for that. You're absolutely right. In the ESA, there have been some success stories, and we need to learn to celebrate them. But more importantly than that, the resources that are being used in successfully recovering those species could then be turned to other resources that desperately need the help. Next, I'd like to turn to one of the young members of the U.S. House of Representatives, a friend of mine from the great state of California, Mr. David Valadao. David?
I thank the chairman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, the Endangered Species Act was a well-intentioned effort to protect the species we're at risk of losing. Unfortunately, the ESA has been hijacked by extreme environmentalists who have weaponized the law, especially in California. Central Valley families and farmers have seen the negative impacts of heavy-handed and misguided regulations that put fish ahead of our families and our farms. During dry years, the very limited amount of water available is consistently flushed out to the ocean to protect the delta smelt and other endangered species. While this precious resource was going out to the Pacific, thousands of acres of farmland were fallowed. This has a devastating consequence for the people I represent and the livelihoods that depend on agriculture. This is something that it's important for us to address and talk a little bit about, because when the water goes out to the ocean, obviously we're not taking any of that surface water, and it has an impact on our below ground water, our aquifers. And these past few years, we've had a huge number of wells fail. And so in agriculture, you drive around the countryside, and I know a lot of people at home probably see this, where you'll see wells pulled out of the ground, the pipes stacked there, they clean them. Yesterday, or 2 days ago, I was driving around the valley, and there was a situation where there was a pile of sand around this well, and obviously that well has failed. But what was really devastating was I had communities all across the valley, and just working with one nonprofit, there were at least 2,000 either homes or communities where they had actual tanks put in because the wells had failed and there was going to be no clean water for these people at home. And so they put in tanks and pumps, and they were trucking water to these people so they can have water in their faucets. And this was happening all across the valley. And so when we talk about the devastating impact it has on our communities, this was something that was at their faucets. And it was really frustrating these past few years when you talk to folks and they say, well, we can build projects, but we can't build water infrastructure projects. We've had projects that they've been working on for the last 30 years, and it was simple expansion of an existing well or an existing reservoir. We've got a reservoir like Sites Reservoir they've been talking about for 6 decades, and we still have never been able to break ground on that. But when out talking to folks around the district, farm workers specifically in some of these communities that struggle the most with some of these wells, the conversation they brought up was they can expedite the permitting process for a project like a high-speed rail, and you see the project being built, but they can't do anything for water infrastructure. And it's frustrating because a lot of these folks rely on agriculture to make ends meet, and they go out and they see fields being fallowed, they see the land pulled out of production, and it's less work for them, the less ability for them to provide for their families. And it's something that should be an easy one, and it's regulations like ESA that put us at such a disadvantage. And so, back to my script, to add insult to injury, many of the actions taken to protect these fish have not been effective. The population of many of our listed species, including the Delta smelt, are now worse off than they were before. And then you look at the situation we find ourselves in today. Whole communities are on the verge of being underwater because of environmental regulations that prevented these same reservoirs that we desperately need from being built, who would actually prevent and help us with some of the flooding that we're dealing with. Now we have more than enough water to provide our farms, communities, and homes with water for years to come, and nowhere to store it. Indefinite listing of species allows activists to abuse the ESA, preventing the construction of critical water storage projects and resulting in millions of acre-feet of water being flushed out to the Pacific Ocean. The needs of the Central Valley are consistently put last thanks to the abuse of environmental regulations like the ESA. We must work together to reform the Endangered Species Act to strike a more reasonable balance between protecting our environment and common sense. And now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield back to the junior member of the Appropriations Committee, our chairman of the Western Caucus, Mr. Newhouse.
You had to go there. Thank you, Mr. Valadao. And you know, sometimes going off script, dangerous at times, but I think you made a really good point about the, right now in California, you've got an abundance of water. So much, some of your communities are flooding. If you could just store that water, then you could then not have to idle all that farmland that I hear is being set aside because there's not enough water to irrigate. Communities wouldn't be struggling. We need the food that California produces as a country. That's important to us. And these are the things that are not just affecting people in California, but the whole country.
I know the gentleman from Washington probably knows this, but it's important to highlight the fact that California is the #1 ag state in the country.
I think your time's expired, Mr. Valadao, but thank you very much. Made some really good points, and I appreciate that. As a young man, I'm always amazed at how much he's picked up in a short amount of time here. So, next I'd like to turn to someone that I've really become impressed with her knowledge of natural resource issues, not just in her home state, but throughout the country. Ms. Harriet Hageman from the great state of Wyoming.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Speaker, this week, the Endangered Species Act turns 50. It is an act that was initially created to ensure the health of fish, wildlife, and vegetation, and to protect species that are either threatened or endangered as defined by the act. And the fact is that the Endangered Species Act would and could work if it were implemented as intended to recover actually threatened or endangered species. It has instead become a business in and of itself, with an entire economy built around endless studies, monitoring, fieldwork, and lawsuits. Bureaucrats spend their entire careers trying to prevent species from being delisted, as to keep them on the list ensures job security. The Endangered Species Act has had profound impacts on my state of Wyoming by limiting economic development and restricting the implementation of reasonable and effective land, water, and resource management and use. But it doesn't have to be that way. Under the ESA, once the recovery goals for a species have been met, the species should be delisted. That, however, is not what happens. Instead, and regardless of the actual status of the species, it can take decades to delist a recovered species. The Canadian gray wolves are a classic example. They were introduced into Yellowstone National Park in 1995 with a recovery goal for the greater Yellowstone area being 100 wolves. We met that goal in 2002. It then took multiple lawsuits and 15 years to have them actually delisted, which finally happened in 2017 as ordered by the Circuit Court of Appeals. The environmental groups fought against such delisting, despite the fact that Wyoming's wolf management plan was approved by the Fish and Wildlife Service and has since proven successful in maintaining the wolf population well in excess of recovery goals. The greater Yellowstone grizzly bear is another example. The state of Wyoming has spent over $59 million on recovery and has an excellent management plan in place to ensure a recovered population will continue to be protected. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife found that the grizzly population has exceeded recovery goals for the past 20 years. Yet again, environmental groups have been able to keep the grizzly bear listed through petitioning activist judges to intervene. The proliferation of bears in Wyoming is so great that they now pose a serious and deadly threat to people, livestock, and other wildlife in my state. I am thankful to my colleagues on the Natural Resources Committee for their support of H.R. 1245, my legislation to delist the greater Yellowstone population of grizzly bears, and I look forward to passing it out of the House soon. By continuing to spend limited resources on recovered populations of species, we are deflecting resources from where they should be focused. We are robbing Peter to pay Paul. In short, as implemented by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and as enforced by activist courts, success is not in recovering a legitimately threatened or endangered species, but ensuring that a recovered species, no matter how robust in number, range, and health, is never delisted. A related problem is the fact that critical habitat designations are not designed to protect a particular species, but to encompass as much area as possible so that the federal government and environmental groups can control ever-expanding swaths of land and water. The incentives under the ESA are the exact opposite of what they would actually be if species recovery rather than control was the actual goal. The ESA has largely become a mechanism by which environmental groups have weaponized the federal government and courts to impose restrictions on the use of private property and limit our ability to use our energy and water resources, while also receiving massive federal subsidies through sue and settle actions. This 50th anniversary of the ESA should be a time to reevaluate and refocus efforts on what the Act was originally intended to do. We cannot continue to allow activist courts or agency bureaucrats to block sound species management or infringe on property rights any longer. We must do better, we can do better, and I challenge this body to pursue ESA reform to focus on protecting our beautiful fisheries, wildlife, flora, and fauna. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Hageman. I couldn't have said it better. The resources that are being used and we're keeping species on the list indefinitely, we should be thinking about the good of the species, the success of recovery of the species. Instead, we want to keep them on this list to be used for other reasons. And,
yes, it is.
And that's what we have to get to the bottom of. Thank you. Thank you for
so
pointing
much.
that out. Next, I'd like to turn to a dear friend of mine, someone who came into Congress with me and has risen to the chair of the Natural Resources Committee and is doing just a great job. One of my star members of the Western Caucus, Mr. Bruce Westerman from the state of Arkansas.
Well, thank you, Chairman Newhouse, and not only for your leadership here tonight in setting up the special order, but also your leadership on the Western Caucus, which is a voice for, I say, not just Western issues, but rural issues all across the country. And I'm honored to be a part of the Western Caucus, even though I reside in Arkansas, which I do say at one time was the Western frontier. Over its 50-year life, as has been discussed, the ESA has gone from being a law geared towards recovering at-risk species through conservation to now becoming a weapon to control land and activities through a misguided concept of preservation. And Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that we take a minute here and look at the difference between conservation and preservation. Conservation, which the Endangered Species Act was built around, is the idea of being a good steward of the resources we have, of taking care and tending to the habitat of these endangered species. It really is like being the gardener of the habitat. Where preservation is this idea that you can preserve something in the natural world, and you really can't do that. The way you preserve something that's living is, for instance, you take a cucumber, you boil it in vinegar, and you preserve it as a pickle. And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, what I want to say tonight is conservation is for critters, preservation is for pickles. And the Endangered Species Act, as it was written in 1973, was about conservation and taking care of these at-risk species. I went back to the Endangered Species Act of 1973, and I want to read here what the people who came before us set forth in Congress in the findings of the Endangered Species Act. The very first finding was that various species of fish, wildlife, and plants in the United States have been rendered extinct as a consequence of economic growth and development untempered by adequate concern and conservation. They pulled that out in the very first of their findings. It goes on to say, the United States has pledged itself as a sovereign state in the international community to conserve, to the extent practicable, the various species of fish or wildlife and plants facing extinction. And then if you look at the purpose of the Endangered Species Act, and I quote directly here, the purposes of this chapter are to provide a means whereby the ecosystems upon which endangered species and threatened species depend may be conserved, to provide a program for the conservation of such endangered species and threatened species, and to take the steps as may be appropriate to achieve the purpose of the treaties and conventions set forth in subsection A of this section. Our men and women that came before us knew that protecting endangered species was all about conservation. The Endangered Species Act was actually passed as a call to action and conservation, but it has devolved into a weapon for stagnation and leverage for political activism. The irony is that a misused ESA actually does more harm than good to the animals and plants that it was put in place to protect. As chairman of the Natural Resources Committee, I have 4 guiding principles that inform my priorities, and they are access, conservation, innovation, and transparency. And in my view, the ESA falls short of all 4. The ESA often denies access to our public lands and negatively impacts private property rights. The ESA denies access. The ESA fails at conservation, as has been mentioned many times here, as only a minuscule, less than 5% of listed species have ever been delisted. It's already been brought out. The Endangered Species Act is a modern-day example of the Hotel California. You can check in anytime you like, but you can never leave. In addition, the Act disincentivizes innovation and private investment, while at the same time lacking transparency. We've got cases of private landowners who are doing conservation and trying to take the actions necessary to help the habitat for species, and when those species get listed, it's always hands off, don't touch it, we're going to preserve it, and that just doesn't work, and it's not ever going to work. And it's the example is in the dismal recovery rate, the way the ESA is being implemented. We've made reforming the ESA a major part of the committee's business. If we wish to truly help threatened and endangered species, then we must strongly support science-based habitat management, and we cannot tolerate the weaponization of the ESA for political activism. So far this Congress, the Resources Committee has held 2 legislative hearings on bills that address fundamental flaws with how the ESA is being implemented. These bills include 3 Congressional Review Act resolutions designed at providing oversight of Biden administration rulemakings that represent the true excesses of the ESA. Each of these CRA resolutions have been passed by the U.S. Senate on a bipartisan basis. In addition, 3 other bills heard by the committee deal with the species that have long been recovered, the grizzly bear and the gray wolf, as have been mentioned, but these species have been prevented from being delisted due to persistent litigation by activist groups, even with Republican and Democrat administrations saying these species have been recovered, they're still on the list. Following these hearings, the committee held a markup on April 27th that resulted in all 6 bills being reported favorably by the committee, and I ask all of my colleagues to join in supporting these measures. But this is just the beginning. This Congress and Natural Resources Committee will bring forward policies that promote transparency, science-based decision-making, flexibility, voluntary conservation within the ESA. It is my desire to have a hearing and hopefully a bipartisan markup on legislation to allow the restoration of America's wildlife habitat. Focusing on wildlife habitat restoration is definitely the ounce of prevention worth many pounds of cure when it comes to species recovery. I look forward to working in partnership with you, Chairman Newhouse, and the Western Caucus to ensure that we continue to move the ball forward on bringing much-needed reform to the ESA. Maybe we need to, it's not being reauthorized in 50 years, maybe we need to rewrite it and put it up for reauthorization. Again, I thank you so much for your leadership, and I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Westerman. And how appropriate is it to look at the original language, the intent, to illustrate how far we've strayed from that mission. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for those great words. Next, I'd like to turn to somebody that I've visited his district, and I think he knows firsthand just to what extent the ESA has been weaponized to really stop some of the things that, as a country, we have to accomplish. And Mr. Stauber from the great state of Minnesota, who happens to be one of the vice chairmen of the Congressional Western Caucus. Pete, I'd love to hear what you have to say about this.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate your leadership, not only in the Western Caucus, but your leadership on very important issues as the Endangered Species Act, and I appreciate you giving me this opportunity this evening. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in celebration of the gray wolf being fully recovered. Gray wolves have never been extinct in Minnesota. We currently estimate our population at over 2,700 gray wolves, while the ESA recovery plan for our state is 1,400. In fact, Minnesota has more wolves than the rest of the lower 48 states combined. The Clinton, Bush, Obama, Trump, and Biden administrations, along with our very own Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, have all agreed it is a scientific fact that the gray wolf has recovered. On my chart here, you can see clearly the gray wolf has recovered. The blue dotted line is the federal recovery plan, and the green dotted line is the minimum in Minnesota to reinstitute a wolf hunt. The wolf population is way up at the top, well above each threshold, as you can see. Unfortunately, radical activist groups have weaponized the Endangered Species Act to keep the gray wolf listed. This misguided effort is clear danger to our deer herds, livestock, and beloved family pets across Minnesota. We have scientists, the know-how and the experience to responsibly manage the gray wolf, including implementing a hunting and trapping season. When wolves are above their ESA targets, which they clearly are, federal bureaucrats, unelected federal bureaucrats in Washington, D.C., or judges in California should not be able to take away our management powers just because of their ideological views or because they want to give favors to their radical activist groups. They should follow the science. That's why I helped introduce the Trust the Science Act with my friend and colleague, Representative Boebert, to delist the wolf and exempt its delisting from judicial review. It's well past time to once and for all delist the gray wolf and reinstitute a hunt in Minnesota as part of our local management. Let's get the federal government out of the way and properly allow our state managers to manage the gray wolf population. Our way of life in northern Minnesota depends on it. It is simply sumptuous to keep the gray wolf on the endangered species list. It has recovered. Let's trust the science. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Stauber. I couldn't agree more. The gray wolf in my state has recovered as well. They're prolific animals. They're flexible. They're nomadic. And we really should declare a victory that they have recovered and celebrate that success, and then use those resources and focus on other species that need our attention. So thank you very much.
That's right. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Next, I'd like to give a few minutes to another chairman of one of our committees, Mr. G.T. Thompson of the great state of Pennsylvania, who is the chairman of the Agriculture Committee and someone that knows from his perspective not only a lot about agriculture, but a lot about the Endangered Species Act. G.T., thank you for being here.
Chairman, thank you so much, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Endangered Species Act was drafted with the best intentions, but it has simply failed to live up to its noble mission. Since the ESA was passed in 1973, only 3% of species protected by the law have recovered to the point where they can be delisted. This is an abysmal recovery rate. Burdensome and outdated regulations like the Endangered Species Act negatively impact our nation's farmers, ranchers, foresters, create frivolous lawsuits, halt critical infrastructure projects, stifle economic growth, and do not help the species in question. Fails to do that. Just consider the northern long-eared bat. It's declining due to a disease with no cure. And the ESA will only further restrict our ability to help the species recover. It's an inflexible and outdated approach to species conservation. America's working lands play a vital role in protecting threatened and endangered species, Mr. Speaker. Voluntary, locally led conservation programs should be a model for the federal government rather than a top-down sledgehammer of red tape, or what I prefer to call green tape. It's a high past time to modernize the Endangered Species Act to better protect species and to treat property owners, farmers, ranchers, and states as partners rather than obstacles. The ESA should be amended to empower local stakeholders, incentivize voluntary conservation programs, and should emphasize actually recovering species, not simply leaving them on life support for years to come. The simple truth is, the programs that we have in the Agriculture Committee under the conservation title, which are locally led, voluntary conservation programs, have led to the delisting of far more species that were either listed originally as endangered or threatened. We know that works, and we know the Endangered Species Act in its current form does not. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Well, thank you, Mr. Thompson, and thanks for elevating the voices of the people in Pennsylvania on this important issue. And you're right, the conservation programs that we have in this country have done a lot of good for species across the country. And that's why you're chairman of the Agriculture Committee, because you understand things like this.
Well, that and the fact I like to eat.
That too. We all do once in a while.
There we go.
So, thank you. Next, I'd like to turn to a gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Tracy Mann. A great agricultural state, a beautiful district that I visited. Mr. Mann, thanks for being here.
Thank you for your leadership, Mr. Newhouse. Thank you for your friendship. Thanks for having this special order tonight. We've talked about a lot of different species this evening, and I rise to discuss the misuse of the Endangered Species Act as it pertains to the lesser prairie chicken and its negative impact on farmers, ranchers, agriculture, and oil producers throughout the big 1st District of Kansas. On April 19th, President Biden didn't listen to Congress when it came to our bipartisan joint resolution of disapproval on his administration's flawed and burdensome Waters of the U.S. or WOTUS rule. He vetoed it. Soon, I hope that President Biden will have another opportunity to listen to producers when it comes to the lesser prairie chicken. Last year, the Biden administration proposed the listing of the northern and southern distinct populations of the lesser prairie chicken as threatened and endangered, respectively, under the Endangered Species Act. That ruling became active this March. Under the Endangered Species Act, the normal activity of agriculture and energy production can be construed as harm and harassment of the listed species and thus prohibited. This rule fails to provide adequate protections for producers, even going so far as to require third-party approved grazing plans for ranchers. To make matters worse, when the lesser prairie chicken rule went into effect in March, the Fish and Wildlife Service had not approved any third parties, and to date there are only 3 across the entire habitat area. Grazing plans change and ranches are always adapting. It's unacceptable to force ranchers to agree to a grazing plan under the threat of a fine. This is another example of big government overreach jeopardizing the livelihoods of American producers. The truth is, the lesser prairie chicken's population thrives or dwindles based on rainfall, not the activity of agriculture and energy producers. In response to this misguided listing, which would add to President Biden's other policies that threaten our nation's food security and energy independence, I introduced a joint resolution of disapproval under the Congressional Review Act to strike it down. On April 28th, the Natural Resources Committee passed my resolution, and on May 3rd, the U.S. Senate passed their version of the same resolution. The designation of the lesser prairie chicken as threatened in places like Kansas is unacceptable, and this rule should have no force or effect until Congress is consulted. I've been working hard on this issue since being elected to Congress, and I'm encouraged to see that it passed the U.S. Senate. Now, it's time for my colleagues in the House to decide whether they want to stand for big government over regulation that will put producers out of business, or stand to producers' rights to prevent their private property and self-determination. If my colleagues in the U.S. House of Representatives are willing to listen to producers, the resolution will pass and make its way to President Biden's desk. If that happens, I hope that President Biden will listen to the people this time. Thank you, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. I appreciate that, and thanks for pointing out how important it is to listen to people in the local area who understand the environment, the climate that they live in, and that they many times are earning their living by farming in. You know, we've been around several different parts of the country represented here with the different members of Congress. I'd like to go back to the great state of California to another one of the Western Caucus vice chairs, someone that is very outspoken on these issues, has a tremendous background and knowledge on the Endangered Species Act. And Mr. Doug LaMalfa, thank you for being part of this conversation and also elevating the voices of the people you represent.
Well, thank you, Chairman Newhouse. It's really a pleasure to serve with you on the Western Caucus as well as other capacities here in the U.S. House. Indeed, you've really invigorated the effort that the caucus is making on having these key issues on all manner of things, not just Western, but really for the whole country, having so much to do with resources and such. So as we contemplate here tonight what the Endangered Species Act, what its original intention 50 years ago was when passed by Congress, and really for those of us in production, agriculture, energy, minerals, just about anything that uses the basic building blocks of an economy and the things our society, a modern society needs, the Endangered Species Act has been weaponized against that. And so, what it has turned into now due to activism on the courts, the lawsuits, the endless lawsuits, and the way the courts reinterpret is nothing close to what Congress would have passed back in the early 70s. Had they passed that, I think they would have been rode out of town on a rail because it was so destructive towards the cornerstones of our economy and what has made America strong and independent in so many areas. So, we agree with the purpose originally, so to protect and recover vulnerable species. I think the focus at the time really was on the bald eagle, but expansion from there on many other species that I think we deem valuable. But the world has well over 1 million species in it, all right? And they're discovering more all the time, a lot of it in the insect world and such. So to think that we're going to just completely move all human beings, especially Americans, into caves or something like that, and say we can't affect the environment or touch it in any way, really is unrealistic. Mankind has a piece in the world as well. That's even a biblical truth. But the Endangered Species Act, is what it's turned into, is really harming the ability for people to get what they need, but also the focus hasn't really been on recovering species as I think was well intended. Because we've heard my colleagues talk about the ratio here of recovery. It's extremely low, especially if you put a ratio of dollars spent and pain inflicted on agriculture, on mining, on domestically produced products versus the amount of species recovered. It's way out of whack. You heard my colleague from Minnesota a minute ago talking about the recovery of the wolves. They have an incredible amount of wolves in the upper Midwest, but the ESA can be misinterpreted and misused and abused into saying like, well, we need to have wolves everywhere. In Oregon, in California, in Washington, for that matter, should we introduce them into the Golden Gate Park and the Santa Monica Pier to make sure they have their share as well? So if you want to see a wolf, you're going to still be able to see a wolf in the areas where they've been more indigenous to for a long time and they've successfully recovered. But this is what we put up with, is that they introduce them into areas where now livestock and people making a living in rural areas in Wyoming and Montana and Northeast California and Oregon have to suffer with the ideology of just introducing them everywhere and saying this is now going to make them not on the list anymore. So in my Northern California area, for example, we had very important levee projects needed to be done for flood control around north central area of the Sacramento Valley, places like Hamilton City and Yuba City and Marysville, Sacramento, areas like that. Well, they seemed to shop for a species du jour to stop projects, and what they settled on was the Valley elderberry longhorn beetle, which not that many years ago, U.S. Fish and Wildlife actually recommended for it to be delisted. In the meantime, because they won't make a decision and take it off the list. Now, mind you, you don't even find the beetle in some of these areas, but because the habitat for it exists in some of these areas, the law's been interpreted to be, well, if there's habitat there, if there's an elderberry bush and a beetle might come along and land in it or dwell in it, then we have to leave that bush there. If you take that bush out in order to redo a levee, then we have to plant 50 or 70 more bushes somewhere else. In one case here, we had to take out a couple hundred acres of orchard land to have this mitigation area because they wanted to fix the dang levee that it was already in existence and keep a town from flooding at the next rain, because they're not maintaining the river in between the levee banks from all the siltation and such going on there. But that starts a whole nother narrative. So the beetle doesn't get delisted. The levee work doesn't get done farther south in the Yuba City, Marysville area. This is going on 20, 30 years ago. A lot of great work has been done since then, but it's been made much more expensive, much more arduous because of the threat of lawsuit and because of the ESA. But I'll remind you that years ago, lives were lost and hundreds of millions of dollars of damage was done by a levee blowing out in that southern area of my district in Yuba City, Marysville, on the Marysville side. And so with all that damage, 3 lives were lost, and finally the state of California lost a lawsuit for, I think, $400 million because they were derelict in doing the work to maintain the levees, all because of this, okay? So what I'm talking about here as well is the ability to keep food on the table. Now, California, this chart I'm showing you here, is responsible for, in some of these crops, 100%, well above 90% of the crops that Americans consume that come primarily from California. So when we have the ESA stopping us from keeping farmland safe from flood, but also at the same time building the water storage projects that are important to store water. Now, we were blessed this year with a tremendous amount of rain and snowpack, and we're really happy about it. But that doesn't happen every year. That's why we build these long-term water projects that store water for 5 years for 5 years of drought, let's say like Lake Shasta and Lake Oroville and others. So if we don't have those projects, we don't ride through the time. And so they try to stop those projects from being further built, and they also seek to tear down projects like the Klamath dams to make hydroelectric green power with no CO2. So much work needs to be done to keep crops on the table, to keep the electricity in the wires, to keep the minerals coming to produce all the things we need, to keep energy, all of that. And so the ESA needs to be revisited and actually focused on truly recovering species, but not used as a weapon to stop things people need, our economies need, rural economies especially. That's some of the work we do in Western Caucasus, is that. So I appreciate, again, Chairman Newhouse, for your leadership on this and the opportunity to speak on it here tonight. There's so much more I could say, but you know me. So thanks so much, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. LaMalfa. And you're right. There's a lot of things that we should talk about. We have a limited amount of time, but you're very good at making sure that people understand and expressing the needs of the people that you represent. So thank you.
Well, I'm a farmer in my real life, so I hope I can talk plainly enough to get it across.
Absolutely.
So thank you, sir.
You do a great job. Well, Mr. Speaker, in summation, just wanted to say that as you've heard tonight, the Endangered Species Act, signed into law 50 years ago, was, and I think you've probably picked this up, was designed to do two things. It was designed to prevent the species from going extinct and to promote its recovery. We need to return to the mission, to that mission. We need to work with landowners, with local governments, with tribes, and always keep the well-being of the species in mind in that work. We also need to be transparent for the American people. There's just too much at stake for us not to be. And as members of the Congressional Western Caucus, Mr. Speaker, we are going to continue to elevate the voice of the people in rural America on important issues like the Endangered Species Act and so many others. So with that, Mr. Speaker, we conclude our special order, and thank you very much for allowing us to utilize this time. And I yield back.
The gentleman from Washington yields the remainder of his time. The gentleman from Washington is recognized for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. All those in favor, please signify by saying yay. Opposed, say no. In the motion, in the ayes of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate. Good night.